on the side or something. Is that what you wanted to do?
No. Why should
Okay,
I?
then
I have
I
no.
have no
I
idea.
have
You
no
might have secret
secret.
information, Illuminati stuff or whatever the hell.
No, no. I wanted to celebrate with you the big win we had, the big victory we had
Star
against.
Wars.
No, against these guys who thought that this motion picture is better than Wrath of Khan.
Oh, that was a great win. That was a huge victory. I noticed
Yes.
Jez took the stream down.
Yeah, I know.
He was frightened by it. He took down every one of them just to take down that one.
No, he put it up on BitChute.
Yeah, that don't count. He was
I know.
frightened of the YouTube deal. It's
Yeah.
good that it's on BitChute. Don't get me wrong.
Yes,
Hang on.
and a friend of mine wanted to see it. Here's the noise tracker. He wanted to see the famous.
Yes, a friend of mine.
Hang on. Wait.
Here's the noise tracker.
Sorry about that. I just turned it on my big screen. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. And he wanted to see this famous stream where we completely beat these motion picture guys. and I told him it was like a funeral.
They kind of broke them, didn't it?
Yeah, and it was so funny because 1 week earlier they all told you that you are going to lose.
Oh yeah, I thought I was going to be in it alone.
Yes.
Yeah, if you noticed, I got a little bit passionate.
Yes, I know, and I saw that. I read that here on Discord, and I thought, oh my God, if they would know that he's not alone, it's complete opposite. They are alone.
Well, you got to give them credit for being blind allegiance. That always works out well, right?
Yeah, and the motion picture, so that people don't get us wrong. The motion picture is a very good movie.
It is.
For me personally. I really like it, and I like the technical aspects of it.
Which aspects technically?
I like
cinematography.
Yes, here this long shots where this this slow paced combined with this very long shots. For example, when you see the Enterprise for the first time and things like that.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yes, I like that. I know that many people say it's horrible for the pace and things like that, but I don't think that these shots are the problems of the movie. I think they are more in the story itself.
Well, when you say slow paced, one of the main action scenes is the wormhole thing, and they actually slow it down even more. And for me, that didn't work. For me, that took away from what should have been the exciting scene of the movie. Almost the action scene was so short. They decided as a cinematographic exercise to draw it into that slow motion, and that and they did that. Not just in that scene, but on the long, slow deal. I like the shot of the Enterprise, but it was long and slow. And had you just had one shot like that, or maybe two, but they did it continuously. They took the action scenes and they put them in slow motion. They what was it, 9 or 10 minutes in that cloud? I was with my girlfriend there, and she got bored, and that made me sad. You should never be, bored in a Star Trek action movie, and I thought it was going to be some action. Star Trek is cerebral, so there's a lot of thinking, but there's also been some action, and I think the choice of using slow motion maybe was a poor one.
Yeah, no, Greg, I have to disagree with you on this one, because this is probably my favorite scene in the movie.
The slow motion.
Yes, the slow motion, and not it's because of the combination. Because when Decker tries to convince Kirk that he's clearly the wrong guy for the mission because this is a new ship and things like that. And then we get this scene.
That backs Decker up. You're right. I've always felt it was you're right in the context of the story. It backed Decker up, but I think it could have been just as good had it not been in slow motion. Maybe even better.
Yes, and I saw it back then when the movie was kind of really a new thing, and for me it kind of worked as a child. I like the scene. Okay, if you see it nowadays, it's yeah, I understand. I clearly understand where you come from.
I grew up with Star Trek, so I saw it at the movies as well during the first weekend.
Yeah,
I agree. It's just they had some slow mo scenes in Star Trek the TV series when they had the people who sped up time and stuff. So you had that they had done it before. Is all I'm saying. I was looking for more. It was the same story with Nomad. It was the same effects with being slowed down and just getting out of the freaking orbit. Usually, how quick did Kirk get out of orbit? He's like, Zulu, warp factor 2, and they'd be gone. I mean, they never hung around a solar system. They zoomed out of there. You didn't see them slowly. I don't know. I loved it. But at the same time, I could see that if we had put out The Wrath of Khan first, we would have been as big as Star Wars.
Yeah, I agree on that. And I have an echo. I think it's because your mic is a little bit too high. Can that be?
Let me move it out.
Yeah, because I think that's the reason why I can.
Is it better?
Let's see. No, I don't think so. But it's not really that important.
I'll keep moving it out a little bit. Hey, we got Adam in.
Yeah, if he wants to join, I have sent him a direct link here on Discord. I've sent everybody a direct link also on Discord. So if
he says it's back feed on you, Cub. It isn't OG.
Okay, but how can
he's the expert?
Yeah, but what can I do?
I don't know,
because I didn't change anything of the settings, because I can't change much here in StreamYards. There is nothing to change. Here, audio. I have disable audio processing.
Hey, let me kill my mic and we'll see if the echo goes.
Okay. The echo is gone. Hey, there's no echo anymore. So do you think that's the reason? Yes. Here, Adam, can you hear that? There is no echo anymore when Greg mutes his mic. So
is the echo back?
Yeah, the echo is back when you have your mic on, and when you mute it, it's gone.
Maybe I should go back out and come back in. You think that would help?
You can try, but if this doesn't work, you stay in, and every time when I speak, you just mute your mic for a second. Oh, he's gone. I hope that helps. Yeah, Adam, if you want to join, as I said, link is already in. I sent you a direct link on Discord, and yeah. Oh my God, I'm completely alone here. Okay, Adam, when you got home, I'm pretty sure we will still be here. We have no place to go. You know that. We have so sad existences, completely dependent on this YouTube whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this turns out to be another Star Trek talk. I haven't planned for that. just wanted to have here a little stream because Jess has much to do and can't do one today. But if he has time, he can join when he comes home. So like Adam. And yeah, I hope Greg comes anytime soon back. That would be great. So I don't have to talk to myself. I'm not that great of a self-entertainer. Hey, maybe I answer some from these urgent questions in the chat. Okay, no, there are no questions. Okay. So where's the damn magic? Why doesn't he join? Damn it. Yeah, that's hey, we have here somebody. That's good. Thanks God you are back, Greg.
Okay. Do we have an echo?
No, we don't. What did you do?
Okay, that fixed it.
Hey, what did work? Tell us the secret.
I just decided to go all the way out and come all the way back in.
So
you know what I mean? I closed everything out and I brought everything back.
Hey,
sometimes
Greg,
that helps.
So you went all the way.
Yeah, I closed it all down.
Yeah, no, because most of the movies or stories or whatever, they don't go all the way. They are just half-hearted, and that's the biggest problem and issue. So you went all the way, and so that worked.
So you know which movie also goes all the way? Breeders, 1986.
Yes, Breeders. What's up with the Breeders review?
We're getting very close.
Very close.
I was going to, well, I talked about it a little bit last time, and I was going to use some audio clips, but that all got taken down when he tried to hide the Wrath of Khan debacle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you can get it on BitChute. And
well, there you go. I think I downloaded BitChute, but I haven't really been on it. I've been distracted by a lot of things lately.
Yeah, but you don't have to be a member to see the videos in BitChute. You just can watch.
It's like the Nazi Party or something. You don't have to be a member to see it. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but I have even found a program that can download BitChute videos. So
okay.
Yeah, because sometimes when I make my reviews, I find some stuff that is not on YouTube because it's banned or whatever. I find it on BitChute because somebody uploaded the movie.
Oh, and then you download it into like your computer and then use it on your show?
Yes, of course.
That would be easier.
Yeah, I can tell you directly an example for an upcoming review where I did this method because I'm working on what's the name? I'm really stupid. I forgot the name of the review. I'm working on a Brave New World, a review on the book.
Heinlein? Robert Heinlein? Did he write that?
No, not Heinlein. It is from Huxley. It is in the context of 1984 because many people. I'm also going to make a 1984 review and also Fahrenheit 451.
451. You know what that temperature signifies, don't you?
Yeah. It's when a paper begins to.
Yes, it's when paper ignites. That's right.
Yes, and the reason why I start with Brave New World is because many people, when they talk about 1984, the book or the movie, they often also bring up this Brave New World book that came before here with Huxley, because 1984 is this dark future. This repressive where people have this state that constantly is controlling you, repressing you, and with fear. And we had kind of not the same world, but also a futuristic how the future may become, but not this dark. It's in Brave New World. There's a future described where people are okay. They live. They can do whatever they want, and they are kind of okay and happy with their life, because it's also it's also very controlled, but it's kind of the more, it looks more positive than 1984, but for me it's the same thing. It's just another packaging. It's in Brave New World you have a golden cage, and in 1984 you have a rusty one, a real cage where you see you are in a prison. In Brave New World, Brave New World is, by the way, it is the template for here Demolition Man.
Really?
Yes, and and it's, in fact, it's the Demolition Man review. The Demolition Man review is the Brave New World review, because Brave New World is.
You're doing this review. That should be really good.
Yes, that people and also, as I said, so that I don't have to explain when I talk about 1984. I don't have to also go into Huxley and Brave New World, because Huxley, by the way, he was the teacher, one of the teacher of Orwell. That's the connection between these two guys. The
Really?
guy, yes, the guy who wrote 1984 was a student of Huxley, who wrote 30 years before that Brave New World. And Brave New World is this bright, happy future you see in Demolition Man. And of course, it's still a kind of golden cage. It's for me still, because it's not real freedom what you have there. The people in this future just don't know it better. They don't know how life can be, because they are
like an invisible cage.
Yes, like an invisible cage. But it's the second and third and fourth generation in Demolition Man. It's not the people that came directly after the riots, or after the pandemic, or the earthquake, or whatever destroyed the society, and they build it up like we see it in Demolition Man. And these in Demolition Man, the people are genetically modified.
Sorry about that.
And that's the reason why they behave this way. When you see the movie here, Sylvester Stallone also, they try to during his cryonic sleep, he also gets this urgency after that to make some
That's where he learns to knit.
Yes, he learns things during the sleep, because they want to bring him back into society, and so they give him these traits which they consider to be positive traits, like doing this women work or whatever. And I can't explain it better, because my English is not good enough. So if I come off here a little bit racist or sexist or whatever, it's because I don't know the correct words. Okay, it's not my natural language, English. In German, I could explain it better. Yeah, and yeah, but to come back, what we started, one of these Brave New World adaptations I just found on BitChute, and so I had to download it from there. The 1998 one, to be precise. Greg?
I'm here. I just muted it as a test. I was listening.
Okay. Yeah, sorry that it went so long. It's just...
No, it's fine. I agreed with what you were saying.
Yeah, and that people know what is coming up next year on my channel.
Yeah, what's coming up?
The thing is, after the Star Trek reviews, I continue with Critters. And after Critters, I start the kind of the Brave New World series, because every review I'm going to make 6 videos. It will be the longest series I've ever made. 6 videos about kind of the same thing, but of course from a different point of view. And I start with the Time Machine, with a new version of my Time Machine review, because it has to do with this subject matter of a brave new world. Because H.G. Wells, or the act here, the guy from the Time Machine, he goes to the future because he thinks that it is an utopia. He's constantly talking about, in the future, the technology is going to help the people, so they don't have to work anymore, and there will be no war, war, and no illness, and things like that. He thinks that he travels to utopia, and kind of a brave new world. And but he, of course, has to face the facts that humans are not these kind of species, and they constantly have war against each other, and even far in the future, 800 million years or 1,000 years or whatever in the future, even then we have this structure of the Morlocks and the Eloi, which is in the book, it is a hint on the
from the Time Machine, the Eloi.
Yes, in the original book, it's a hint on colonialism, what you call it, the colonialism of the which was in Britain back then. And but they
the British colonials,
the British colonialism, yes, and that's in the book, but they removed this aspect in every adaptation. In the adaptations, it doesn't come through, which is pity, but it is like it is. So this is the start of this 6-part series about utopia and dystopia, and it's the Time Machine, Brave New World, or Demolition Man. Then 1984, Fahrenheit 451, and then Logan's Run, and the last one is going to be The Matrix. This will be fill the gap till Bill and Ted and Cup Face the Music comes out.
That sounds good. You know what I was thinking about doing was a special on Soylent Green and the Charlton Heston future movies, like Omega Man, Soylent Green, Planet of the Apes. That I think those were highly, just cutting edge and classics. I think those 3 movies will go down like Mozart or Beethoven to people 1,000 years from now. We don't realize it now, but looking back at it, that is an art form, and he was an artist, and he moved from the like playing Moses and the 10 Commandments and all these type of movies to being a different kind of actor, and I think he came into his own during that brief time. He was better than he had ever been or would be, and I think it's worth doing a special on. I might do one on each show, or I might do one about the combination, but they definitely deserve my attention.
Yes, I agree on that 100%. And it's interesting that you go with the actor, because it's completely different approach which I use normally, because I normally go with the source book or something like that, with the author or with the director or something like that. It's rarely that I ever go with the actor. But with Charlton Heston, yeah, I can see that that this works because he was in many good movies and great ones.
Well, if you look at those three movies, they're both about the future. They're both they have different directors, different styles, different writers, and yet Charlton Heston is the common factor. And he's not playing like John Wayne was great. I love John Wayne, but he was always John Wayne. You know what I mean? It's like if I was like this one-dimensional actor and everything I am was Euler Greg, well, that's great. You get to see Euler Greg be, a cowboy. You get to see Euler Greg as a cop. You know, but Charlton Heston, he could bring nuance, even though he was the same person. He would bring a difference to each one that lit them up. And in this case, it was before science fiction went off the rails for a little while in the late 70s. It came back with Star Wars and stuff, but what people don't see about Star Wars, Charlton Heston could pull off the dystopian future with Soylent Green or Omega Man or Planet of the Apes, which all had terrible futures, but he could pull it off without it being so freaking depressing. Whereas a lot of these other movies of the 70s, they made it was all depressing, because what you don't see as an outsider is we had just lost our first war. We'd had our first president resign, all within like 1 year of each other. And the bubble was burst. And Hollywood reflected the downturn, and our money became not worthless, but the inflation of the early 70s. I mean, $1 was worth maybe 20 cents later, and all these old people had this savings from like the Depression, and they had no money, and heroin hit the streets. And you had all these people who grew up in the 50s with, my parents didn't lock their door, Cub. And we had heroin people coming through the yard, stealing my bikes, trying to break in, and they wouldn't lock the door because that's how they grew up. But oh my God, this was the early 70s, and the cops, they beat and shoot people like you wouldn't believe. I seen cops get killed outside my front door, two of them. 100 feet from my door, I heard the shots, and no one, even believed me, and they ran the other direction. And then I've seen cops beat and shoot people many times, but I didn't see them beat and shoot blacks or Hispanics. I saw them beat and shoot white people, because that's who was in my neighborhood when I grew up. It's not what's in my neighborhood now. I don't mind, but I'm the last white guy.
Yeah, but
my buddy Eli Lopez, who was my best friend for over 30 years, he said I was the Alamo.
but Greg, if they went just against white people, then clearly this is not racism or something like that.
No.
It's just a problem when it goes against black people. Didn't you learn anything from the last weeks?
I did. I learned that I'm expendable.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
Well, if you want to go back in history, look at what happened to the Russians, the upper class or whatever. They turned the peasants against them, and they tore down their statues. And then they rounded them up, put them in gulags, and killed them. And if you want to go back to Germany, the people who were the brown shirts and whatnot, who were rioting just like we have now, they wanted the police didn't react, just like they don't here, and then they get emboldened to do whatever they want, and they have it's always a certain race. And in this case, it's white people, which I couldn't, it's kind of hard to believe, but I grew up studying history, and I don't know, I don't want any police misconduct against anybody, and I saw it, and I'm against it. And if they're racist, they should be charged with that too, whatever the freaking crime is. But this is dangerous. It's dangerous to pick a certain race or gender and make them your fall guy or whatever, because the next step from that is rounding them up and doing something to them. And I'm afraid that's what might be in the future.
Yes, I agree on that. 100%. And it's ridiculous what is going on here. I'm not a white person myself. I'm a brown person from the east, or what you call it. But I was born here in Germany, so yeah, I'm also German. And I don't agree on anything what is happening now, because this hatred and racism, especially against white people now, in the media and in movies and on the street, is beyond beyond stupidity. I can't. I don't understand what is going on. I don't understand, because normally our so-called leaders or elected puppets or whatever, at least they should pretend to represent the population in any kind. And here in Germany, it's really not so hard to represent what, if I can call it directly, the whites here, because normally there are many here, but they don't, like in the US, for some reason. We had also here this stupid BLM riots here in Germany. And
really?
Yes, and they also started here to demolish the shops, and of course just little shops, because that is the enemy. They would never go against the bank or something like that.
Or the corporate.
Yeah, or the rich people. No, so fuck them, because of course.
Yeah, that ain't right, man.
Yeah, but
none of this is right.
Yeah, and I don't want that. Also, I don't want also that anybody gets harmed, if he's rich or poor. That doesn't matter, because I'm completely against any kind of violence, and everybody who knows me knows that.
The only violence I approve of is when you're fighting to defend yourself.
Yeah, something like if
I'll tell you this. Yeah. I think if people in America didn't have guns, that's the only thing that's keeping some of these mobs from pulling people out of these houses and killing them.
Yeah. If you have to defend yourself, maybe if Kurtzman wants to rape another Star Trek series, like he.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, then I can see, maybe even against his will, putting him and his friends into a rocket and then sending this rocket directly into the sun one way. I can see that.
Well, let's just say this. If Kurtzman, JJ were back in the Old West with Cub and me, they would have a short lifespan.
Yeah, let's put them, give them, let's raise some money, make a crowdfunding for a one-way ticket to the next galaxy, and then put them all.
Oh, that would be cool. Or at least send them to Mars. That'll take 20 years.
Hey, I tell you, this would be the fastest growing fundraiser ever. We could raise the money during minutes. If we say these guys, they go on a journey, one-way ticket to the next galaxy, and they can try their luck maybe there. And please, that they stay away, at least one galaxy away from our franchises. That would be great.
Yeah, they've done such damage to such hopeful franchises. And, Star Trek was always about racial harmony and optimism and the things I've always stood for. My best friend was Hispanic. Hell, I'm Caucasian, I guess, but I've got Cherokee Indian in my blood. I've got Hispanic. I've got a mix. That's how we are here. We've been in Texas hundreds of years.
Don't forget the breeder inside you.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it should be a good review. I've got, you say not going all the way. At least breeders went all the way. You got chicks snort and blow. You got then monsters attack, and they go all the way. It's been what stopped me from being able to do it so far. I've got to find a way to be respectful to something that's terrible, but it's so bad it's good. It's up there with Plan 9 from Outer Space, and there's very few that are. If you were to look at, you have to have a director that has so many bad movies and cheap movies, and who makes them fast. You have to have the worst actors who really never appear in anything but his movies. You have to have really the cheesiest monster costumes you can ever believe. As Kathy says, it looks like a guy in a rubber suit, and and then you've got to mix it all together, and it can't be terrible. You have to have some scenes that you're going, hey, a really good director could have made that. Maybe, on his bad day.
Yeah, Greg, welcome to my world here. When you introduced me to the humanoids from the deep, and I had to make a review about that. Yeah, that was not easy. I can tell you that.
Right. I know. You're like, dang it, what can I say about this? I've got to review it. Well, so you skirt around it. This time I might not skirt around it. This time I might plow right through the center and put a warning at the front. I think I've got to, because I listened to your advice, which is dangerous, and I found the trailer for the movie, and the trailer will be perfect, but the trailer is also extremely racy and nearly X-rated by itself.
Yeah,
and then I got Kathy to do her part, and now I've got to add the special Greg touch. Find some way to make it like funny or lighthearted. I was going to grab some Brent clips. Maybe talk about how I recommended Brent to watch it, and he was horrified. He loved humanoids, but he hated breeders. And isn't it that hate that gives breeders the Plan 9 from outer space stamp of approval?
Yeah, but we are talking here about a Brit, so he's from naturally scared about everything. Can't you remember when they were scared about the Germans, that the Germans come to visit them back then?
And they brought toys.
Yeah, and then they immediately called their American friends to save their ass, as usual.
They might have immediately called, but we didn't exactly pick up the phone right away.
Yeah,
you had years. You had years and years. Hey, you cannot blame us.
Hey, we didn't go over, because we just said we are coming because we wanted to be nice. We didn't want to tell them, you stupid island, nobody cares for that. We of course we
cared.
Yeah, we have no time to come over for a visit, but we said yes, we are coming. Keep the tea warm and the cookies, and we are coming. But we had no attention ever to.
Then you got a taste of the food, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I've heard of the British cuisine. It's isn't the porridge here a weapon of mass destruction or something like that? It's declared as that. I've heard.
That was pretty sneaky, building a tunnel. They got no chance now.
Yeah, and but to go back to Charlton Heston.
Let's go.
These 3 movies you talked about, Planet of the Apes, the Omega Man, and of course Soylent Green. Let's tell people a little bit about them, because that they get why these movies are so special. The order is Planet of the Apes from 1968,
I think.
Yeah, 1968, and it's from Frank Schaffner, I think, the director. I made also a review about that, and yes, Franklin J. Schaffner. He's a very good director. And the book is from Pierre Boulle. It's also called Planet of the Apes. It's a little bit different from the movie. I personally prefer the book, but I still think that the movie is a masterpiece. It's one of the best movies of all time. And some of the changes I like in the movie, some I don't, but after all, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. So what is about Planet of the Apes, Greg?
About Planet of the Apes?
Yes. What do you like about Planet of the Apes, the movie?
Well, there's Nova. She's this beautiful girl who does not speak one line in the whole movie.
Yes, and
there's also I don't know, the interplay between the chimpanzees, the gorillas, and then the orangutan being Dr. Zaius. instead of just making one group, any other movie up to that point, you wouldn't have had even two different types. You would have had one generic ape or gorilla or whatever. You wouldn't have had these three different layers of society. And so we got a look at how the apes themselves were going down the path that had actually destroyed the humans. They were early on the path, but they were clearly on the path, and they had the blind arrogance that we have, and they had the love of technology, or at least they were beginning to embrace it, and they were breaking their traditions by doing things like going into the forbidden zone. Which if they hadn't have done, then the whole world wouldn't have been destroyed at the end of what was that part two? Just
Yes.
for instance.
Yes, and just for people as a side fact, the movie is a little bit different from the original novel, and it has this iconic ending of the movie. Is the iconic ending of the movie? It's not in the novel, because in the novel, by the way, it's not the same planet. It's not Earth, and it's really a planet of the apes. It's not a human planet, and it has a different ending, of course. And but the author of the book, he worked also on the script. So it's not that they just changed the source material like they wanted to. It was a work between them both, and they between the.
So you didn't have the classic Statue of Liberty ending because it was all along a ape planet?
Yes, it was the different planets. It's the ending in the book is that first off, the book is told from a kind of from the view of the apes. It's told because here our main actor, these apes, they found a message, and in this message they read the story of what the main actor, the human, what his adventure, because they went out in space, and then they were on this planet which was like Earth but with apes, and then they could escape. By the way, in the book they can escape from the planet of the apes, not all of them, but when they escape and go back to Earth, then the changes on Earth appear. That on Earth also the apes begin to get the power, and then they flee or escape again and leave this message, this bottle message, kind of, where the whole story is told as a warning. But the clue in the book, and sorry for the spoiler if somebody wants to read it, but I think it's still worth a read, even if you know how it went out. This message is found by apes, and they don't believe it, because that would suggest that humans could think and write, which is impossible for them. So
Well, it's like when they found the doll at the end of the movie in the Forbidden Zone, and they couldn't admit that it was human.
Yes, it's exactly like that. They read but you get it just at the end, because you think that the message was found by humans. But at the end, you get that it's not found by humans, it was found by apes, who don't believe it, because it doesn't make any sense from their point of view. That's one of the biggest differences between the novel and the movie. But still, for me, these are two separate stories. I don't judge them. I don't judge the movie as an adaptation or something like that. I judge it as a movie.
Did you read the book before you saw the movie?
No, of course not.
Okay, when you saw the movie, at the very end, when you saw the Statue of Liberty, even though it's an American symbol, that has to register as, oh no, this is Earth. That means Germany, the Middle East, everything is overrun with the apes too. It didn't. I'm sure it's not just America. So it had to be like a shocking moment to humanity.
Yeah.
And I think one of the most iconic twists of all film.
Yes. I see it exactly the same way, and that's why I still I say, because as an adaptation of the novel, it's there are many differences between the novel and the movie, many, and I like more. I favor the novel because not because of the ending or something like that. The ending in the movie is clearly better. But the story in the novel is better, and it's not. I don't say that the movie is not good. I just say I like the whole story in the novel even more, because, for example, there are some details like when he tries to talk to the apes in the novel. Because it's a different planet, they have a different language, and he is not able to talk to them. In fact, he has to learn their language, and before he can even talk to them or try to talk to them, there is a lot of time that passes by, and during this time he bonds with Nova, and Nova is just a kind of an animal in the book. It's because, like all the other humans are really animals in the book. They are not. They are really not completely like they're depicted in the movies. And also the apes were much more developed in the novel. They weren't on this stage we saw in the movie, which I liked in context of the novel story. So as I said, the movie it's thing on its own. It's brilliant on its own. I don't.
Well, if you were making a movie, you could see why they might simplify down something like learning a language. That would take too long, and it would probably be a, remember, this is also a vehicle for a major leading actor, Charlton Heston. So you've got to work within the parameters of the Hollywood system, even as the Hollywood system was beginning to disintegrate and break down.
Yes, and also they put many things into the movie, or try to hide many things. They disguised it. It was kind of a criticism on society, and also what is going on here in the 60s. We had the social unrests here, and also Vietnam and things like that, which was going on back then. People have to keep that in mind. This movie was not.
Well, that's true. When you see the chimpanzees versus Dr. Zayas, the orangutan, they were speaking like the young people of the late 60s. So that's exactly what you're talking about. That was a reflection of current day American culture that's now dated 50 years, but it still works. The amazing part is it still works, and it shouldn't. It should be totally dated, and it is dated, but somehow, because it's that complex interplay of the apes were having to deal with their own kids being rebellious, and not wanting war, and not believing their elders, and it became an allegory or whatever of the current times.
Yes, exactly. And for me, from these three movies from Charlton Heston, I would say the Omega Man is clearly the weakest one from these three here, and Soylent Green and Planet of the Apes are are the best ones. And if I have to say which one is better, Soylent Green or Planet of the Apes, it would be hard for me to make this decision. What do you think, Greg? Huh?
Which one better than what? The book compared to the movie,
No,
or the movies compared to each other?
No, these three movies here, Planet of the Apes, Soylent Green, and Omega Man.
Well, we hadn't even talked about the other two. The next one in line, was it Omega Man or Soylent Green? I think it was Omega Man.
Yes, Omega Man.
So you got these next two movies are kind of opposites. In one, you have only one man left, supposedly the last man, Omega, in this whole huge empty metropolis. Whereas in Soylent Green, you've got total overcrowding. The people, you can't walk up your steps without literally stepping on people. So you have an interesting dichotomy between those. But to start with, Omega Man, for a actor to pull off being alone through a large part of the movie, of a major movie, is quite difficult. And they didn't overuse flashbacks. And the actual war didn't even really involve the United States. It wasn't our fault. It wasn't, nowadays they would have to say, oh, it was our fault and rah, 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 and our politics. No, it was the Russians and the Chinese had got into a battle and had caused this. So sometimes you can be doing everything right and you still get screwed. So that was an interesting byproduct. Whereas today, there's absolutely no way they wouldn't pass up a chance to blame us, because we're always the bad guys. And in this case, it just so happened that it happened. And so you get one guy who survives, and it turns out there are other survivors. And of course, it's dated. The special effects, are dated, but they don't rely heavily on special effects. They rely on the acting of a great actor. So, you have once again a great performance from Charlton Heston. Takes Vincent Price did a similar movie, Last Man on Earth, and he was a great actor, but the movie's flat. The movie just not any good. Whereas compared to Omega Man, this is a classic. It goes up there, and you're like, yeah, I can see that. You had to. Have you ever considered being the last one? Somehow everyone else is wiped out, and it's just you. And there's these terrible things going on, and you barely survive from day to day. But you're so damn stubborn, and you're so damn good. Not great, but you're good, just barely good enough to survive.
Yes, I agree on that. That it is a very, very good movie, but still, it is this thing with there's just one man left, the last man on earth, whatsoever, is for me personally, best movie that I've ever seen that has this theme was not Omega Man. It was Quiet Earth. It's an Australian movie or New Zealand, I think, and there are no mutants in this movie or something like that. It's
no mutants.
No mutants.
No humanoids. No breeders.
Nothing
like God.
that. No, it's really kind of it's really really the complete opposite of Omega Man, kind of, but also the same theme, and it has it's because of an outbreak of a virus whatsoever, and so nobody survived. There's just one guy left on the planet. It seems like that, but of course. Turns out there is another survivor, a woman even, and of course there is also another man. So yeah, so we have this thing, but it's still I really like.
Oh, they end up in a triangle. I think I've seen that movie. Is it from like the 60s or something?
No, it's from the 80s. It's called
80s.
It's called Quiet Earth, and there is a TV series that is now on air. I think it's called Last Man on Earth or something like that, which I haven't seen. And it takes this approach with the love triangle with the less people on Earth in a funny way. I haven't seen it till now, but here my friend the Neustecker, he constantly tells me, "Oh, you have to watch it; it's very good," and things like that. But I'm not so much into comedies, and I have too much to do. I have no time to watch it. But if I get the time, I'm going to watch it. Yeah, but Omega Man itself, yeah, I like the movie, but this whole scenery with the last guy on Earth is not really how it doesn't give me as much as, for example, Soylent Green, because I don't see the future that there's just one survivor and then Earth is over or something like that. This future is for me not a one that I consider in any way realistic or something like that.
No, and I think it's the least of the three movies.
Yes, and I also think it's the weakest one. And but talking now about Soylent Green, for me, Soylent Green, the movie about this overpopulation and where they discover that the food that they have developed, this new food that people can survive, is made out of humans or out of flesh or whatever, out of dead bodies, and they sell it to the people as
Well, that's one thing they had an abundance of was humans,
yes,
and they had to feed them. So you could see it actually happening.
Yes, the thing they had. The thing is, in the movie, the story itself is this thing that really where I always gives me the creeps, because you have also this society where you have poor people and the middle class and rich people. And,
yes, very rich.
Yes, and very rich, insane rich, which reminds me a little bit of our present, because when you see what talking about what is going on here with this coronavirus whatsoever, the effect is that we have some people like this Amazon guy and Bill Gates, of course, and a few other ones who are now getting so insanely rich that it's really can't describe it anymore. It's so, and rich or money is of course the equivalent of power. And if you have all the money in the world, it just has an effect for you if you have people who are poor, really poor. So that it makes that you can use your money to have control over the people. So you can buy the land where they are on, you can give them work, or you can cancel their work, so they are completely dependent on you, which is what is happening now. Because if you have a society where we have rich people, you have poor people, but you have a middle class, a huge middle class, then even the richest guy can't do so much, because most of the people are in the middle class and have their income and are not so dependent on just one guy or a few guys. And so I think they try to get rid of the middle class with this whole thing what is now going on. That we get really a society like in Soylent Green. What do you think, Greg?
You might want to say hi to Jez, who's just joined the chat.
Yes.
And speaking for the heavily armed middle class, we ain't going without a fight.
Yeah, yes, Jess. I sent you also already an invitation here on Discord. You can join anytime you want. Yeah.
Ja?
Yeah, nice you're here. Hey, what the fuck? Who gave us a thumbs down? Pretty sure that was one of these stupid Brits, one of these annoying Brits. Or what do you think, Greg? Greg, are you still there? Damn it, he's
Sorry, I'm here. I was turning on my air conditioner. I thought it might be too loud. I have to run it every now and then because it gets very hot here in Texas.
What you are saying? Our discussion is becoming too hot even for a Texan.
Hey, we hide in our air conditioning whenever we can.
Yeah, and it is going even to become hotter because now we are talking about Soylent Green, which, as I said, it's for me on kind of the same level like Planet of the Apes.
Remember, it was the last movie of a famous gangster.
Yes, of Edward G. Robinson, and
right.
It was a great last movie,
and it was a great performance, don't you think? He was playing the book, which was they didn't have computers. They actually had books, and they had these people who looked up and did research for them. And I thought he just did a masterful job in that movie. It may have been his greatest performance of his life. He was really good in a Bogart movie called Key Largo. Have you ever seen Key Largo?
Of course, and also Little Caesar, I think was.
Also,
yeah. Yes, I've seen the classics with Edward G. Robinson.
You're gonna play the Little Caesar card. I was trying to get a more obscure reference.
Yeah, I really like his movies he was in, and he's a very good actor. It's sad we don't have.
It was more understated, I think, both in Key Largo and the Omega. I mean, Soylent Green. In Little Caesar, he was over the top, more, not Kirkish, but I think he learned later to do a more understated performance, and to me that brought out the qualities of the actors around him and made them superior.
Yes, and Soylent Green was really heaven sent for Edward G. Robinson because to have this as last movie and this as last performance is really people are always going to remember that. There were actors like here the guy which is talked about in Ed Wood, who didn't have this kind of luck, or Boris Karloff, or here what's his name, Bela Lugosi, and guys like that, who didn't have this kind of luck to have a last movie that is so good. Because here Vincent Price, for example, people maybe don't remember his last movie. His last movie was Edward Scissorhands, by the way. So, which is also a very good movie, and yeah, this performance, as you said, Greg, was great in Soylent Green. So let's talk a little bit about Soylent Green itself.
I thought the sets, the guy who played the police captain, he's always sweating. He's trying to get his little old watch working, and it gave you a feel for a time when everything was like running out on its last leg. And yet there were those people like him and like Charlton Heston who were like continuing to do their best to make things work. They knew it was a hopeless task. They knew it was there was nothing you can do. It's like when she wanted to leave with him, and he said, "Where are you going to go? Every place is like this." So
Yes,
it was like you do your best with where you're at. You make everything around you a little bit better. You keep, everywhere I go, I try to leave people laughing or smiling as best I can. Leave them a little happier than they were when you got there, and I don't know. Try to do your job with honor and treat everybody you meet with respect, unless they force you to treat them otherwise.
yeah. So that people, if people here haven't seen Soylent Green, that just let us tell them what the movie is about. It's plays in the future in the year 2022, I think. So it plays. Oh, it's in 2 years or not?
Yeah, current day.
Yeah, and in the future, the world is overcrowded. It has kind of billions of people whatsoever, and it's so overcrowded that people are really everywhere. The cities are full of them. They are sleeping on the street and on the in the hallways, or what you call it, and things
Not
like
just
that.
the hallways, but in the stairs leading up to the hallways. Every square foot had somebody, resting on it.
Yes, but not all of the people, because in Soylent Green we have this class society, or what you call it, where you have more than one class. You had, of course, the normal people who are surviving, try to survive every day, just to get something to eat and just to work. If they can get, they are lucky if they can even get work.
Remember, they didn't even have running water. They had to go out and fill up a container.
Yes, so everything is limited to like in a prison, and people are really they can consider themselves happy, and they are glad if they just even have a work. And because work is also a thing, of course, if you have work, you can buy food and things like that. It's like our society here, but it's more, even more extreme. And but we have also the rich people, and the rich people are really rich. They can afford, for example, real food, which is also a
Or
thing.
nice furniture. You remember what furniture is?
Yes, nice fun, and also they have big places to live in, like big villas or houses or mansions, or what you call it in English. And these people, and also they can afford women,
Well, you
because
remember what the girl says? She said she's the furniture.
yes,
She came with the apartment
she came with the apartment, the role
as furniture.
yeah, as furniture, and the role of the women is kind of reduced to, yeah, like you said, to furniture. It is used by the rich people, or
To
rich
be
guys.
fair, we only saw the one rich guy, and he had been murdered. A rich woman would probably have a equally pretty boy or guy,
Yes,
who was her furniture.
yes, of course, and of course they couldn't show that in the movie because it's still a movie from the middle 70s, and that this would be I think they couldn't go that far. Also, this was a low budget production. People really don't have to forget that it was not such a huge major picture like Planet of the Apes 10 years ago. It was really more like a little sci-fi flick. It was not this huge production. And the director, Richard Fleischer, he made another classic a few years earlier. He made the Fantastic Voyage. Here, the
Oh,
movie
with Raquel Welch?
yes, with Raquel Welch, the movie that was the base for Inner Space. That
Yeah,
was,
she was excellent.
yeah, it's one of my favorite movies also. And it's really sad that this director went the way he went, because he also made this horrible second Conan movie, and some awful schlock For example, Amityville Part 3, I think, is from him.
No, God, in 3D, that was horrible.
Yeah, that was horrible. And yeah, so Richard Fleischer is this kind of sad case. That's also the reason why I didn't make a retrospective on him till now, because I really like his early work. I'm a huge fan of Soylent Green and Fantastic Voyage and some of his other works, but
Remember what Dr. McCoy said about Professor Daystrom, the guy who built the M5? You know, he had his great early successes. Does genius work on an assembly line? Isn't it enough for a lifetime that he did these great early movies? So what if he built M5 and it went crazy and killed several starships?
Yeah. Yes. So, but I still say I still can say that Soylent Green is on the same level like Planet of the Apes, not from a technical point of view, of course, because that's a low budget picture, and the other one is a huge major picture.
Yeah, but it's right there with it.
Yeah. Yes, but from the story, from the story
and the acting, all the acting is very well done. And you had Edward G. Robinson's last movie. It was a superior film. It might be the best of the three.
It might be, yes. But as I said, I'm still a little bit split on that, because I'm such a huge fan of Planet of the Apes, the novel, the movie, and so on. Yeah, but I can see when I even myself can't tell you this is better than the other one. For me,
okay, so now you got to do the most famous line from Soylent Green. As they're carrying away, what does he say?
Oh, he say it's Soylent Green is out of human. It's out of humans, because don't forget.
He says Soylent Green is people. Tell them, you got to tell them.
Yes, and because I have never heard it in the original, I have just heard it in the German translation.
Oh my God, they didn't do it like that?
No, they say in the German version.
It is the most impassioned cry. It echoes with the you bastards, you blew it up, you blew it all up. Have you heard that in the original English?
Yes, I've heard that, but later.
Well, then you need to hear the other one.
Yes,
we'll stop the stream while you go watch it.
Yeah, I'm going.
No, but it's worth hearing. It's one of the most iconic lines in all of film.
Yes, you can bet your ass that there is going to be sometimes a review on Soylent Green, and of course I'm going to use the original footage for that, and also watch it in the original in English and so on. And yeah. As I said, but still, even in the German translation, I still think it can keep up with Planet of the Apes, which means, of course, it has to be really a very good movie if it even can jump over the language barrier.
Jez has an important message from the chat. He says, trust Cub to fuck the line up with his shit German dub.
Yeah, but he's.
You really did a bad job on that. You know, I don't know. I thought they would do a better job. My God, if you haven't heard that line, you're always saying in the original German, and I'll bet things do have a different ring to them. But oh my God, you got to hear that in the original English or American.
Greg, Jess is old and confused, and he probably means another German guy.
I'm sure he does. He's probably watching a different stream, and he's typing into ours.
Yes, I'm pretty sure. He's here. He's on Dodge's stream, I'm pretty sure, and he's typing here in our stream.
Yeah, right. Or German Trekkie.
Yeah, something like that. So. Yeah. So what do you think? So for you, do you prefer Soylent Green or do you prefer Planet of the Apes?
They're right there together. I mean, Planet of the Apes is so good, but I might put. I think because of the acting of Edward G. Robinson and I don't know his name, the black guy who was his captain, and even the rifleman Chuck Connors and the girl who played the furniture, it was all just so well done. And do you remember which famous Star Trek actor was in Soylent Green? This is for all the money.
No, I don't.
You don't remember Spock's mom?
Oh, really? Amanda?
Remember whenever G. Robinson goes to the association or whatever they call it, the woman who's in charge of it, it's T'Pring from Vulcan.
Oh my God!
from a mock time. Dun 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 dun. Do they even have the same music, or they got some terrible German music? Do you recognize that sound? Kirk versus Spock. The Joika. They hit the gong.
Yes, I can remember the episode.
Yes, she's in the movie. You have to go eat. Have you even seen this movie, or did you read like a synopsis or something?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I had to take the shot. There's no Brits here. What am I supposed to do?
Hey, you got me there. My cover is completely blown. I've never seen any movies in my life.
Normally, we back the Brits up. We kind of push them forward, and then we're there if they need us.
Yeah, but the Brits, they're never there when you really need them. Even
they're there, somewhere.
No, even in war times, you think they would fight, but no, they call, of course, the Americans tell them, "Oh, please come rescue us. We don't want to fight," or something like that.
Perhaps. I don't know. They have helped us on some occasions, so can't say they hadn't been there. Especially since we helped them twice. They've been a good ally. So,
Yeah, the special partnership. I know.
I think they call them the 51st state or something. They're helpful.
Hey, no, we are the 50th.
And they make a great airfield. It's like a permanent aircraft carrier.
Yes, something like that. Yes, that's good. So,
right?
Yeah, so this is probably your 11th aircraft carrier, the secret one. That looks like an island.
It's a big one too,
Yeah. Yeah, and also it's not longer part of the EU, I think.
No, that's right. Are they officially split now?
Yeah, I think so.
Did they fill in the tunnel with like debris or something?
Yeah, I think after they pay their debts or whatever, which they owe us here, especially the Germans, they can go everywhere where they want.
They're not going to pay the check. Oh my God, Americans would so walk on that check.
Hey, no way. If you want to leave the EU, which is of course, the Fourth Reich, you just can't just leave it or whatever. Of course, you have to pay for that.
Oh yeah, it's the Fourth Reich. There's no doubt.
There's no doubt about it. And
that was the sneakiest shit y'all guys ever pulled. I don't know how y'all got that through.
Yeah, that we even got the stupid French people to help us with the Fourth Reich. I couldn't ever believe that. Because at first, I think the French people thought it would be kind of their First Reich or whatever. But then they recognized, oh my God, it's all about the Germans.
Well, the French are really lazy. They'd rather, sit around sipping coffee and eating baguettes. You can't blame them. It's a nice life. If y'all guys had set the capital of the EU in Berlin, everybody would know exactly what you were doing. But you were really sneaky, and you set it over in Brussels or wherever.
Yeah, but screwing the French people is a hobby of the Germans. But I think it's a hobby of every European. The British guys will agree on that.
That's true. If only they were here. Where is everybody?
Yeah, nobody's here. I have no clue why they because they got all invitations. They can check in every time they want to.
We got some people. We got 10 people or something total.
Yeah. As I said, the link is in Discord, and also I sent a few people. I sent also direct links. So
Well, not everybody's brave enough to want to come on the air with you, Cub.
yeah, it seems like that. But no problem, because we have here still Charlton Heston, and so I would say these three movies are, I think, his best ones. Or would you say there is
Well,
one?
that's what I at three what is it, 60 Days at Peking, or his big blockbusters, the Moses movie, Lord, what, the Ten Commandments, and you could put those up there and say those are those are more spectacle movies. Those had more cinematography and this and that. But I think these three movies were his best work. And the fact that they were sandwiched right in that time period, and I do think those were the best of the dystopian movies. When you went on to, like, even Logan's Run, it didn't do a good job with the ending. It had a good movie, but it blew the ending. It just felt like they showed up and the guy had all the cats around, and they just could have they wrote that the Logan's Run was written, I think, in less than a week or something. They just rushed through it, and to me, you could really tell they had a good outline, but they didn't flesh it out. They didn't do a good job.
Oh, sorry, Greg. I have to heavily disagree on that, because I discovered because I'm researching on the Logan's Run review, and I discovered that Logan's Run is based on a book, on a same named book, and this book has even it's a series.
Well, I was talking about the screenplay. How long did the screenplay take to write? From what my research showed, it was pitched and written incredibly quickly.
Yes. You are probably right on that fact that it was fast written, but
did the book end with a guy with a bunch of cats?
I don't think so, because the story is completely
exactly. I'm just saying, I think they blew the ending.
Yeah, and what I have not read the book yet, because I just could organize them, the three books, and I'm going to read them, of course.
Just now? You haven't read it yet? That was like 1975.
I didn't even
know. That's a long time to wait.
Hey,
the movie came out how long ago?
Hey,
45 years ago? And you've had the book sitting there all that time?
No, I discovered 2 days ago that there was even a book. I didn't know that, because Logan's Run was part of Brand New World, of the Brand New World review with Demolition Man. And then I discovered that Logan's Run, there are 3 books, and also there is a TV series, which I have also never heard about. It was 1 year later, they made a whole TV series about Logan's Run. So it became so big that I had to outcast it into a separate review. And the books, as I said, I just have the PDFs since yesterday. So yeah, I'm going to read them. And but what I've read till now is the story is completely different in the original book.
Is it just a screenplay written into a book form, or was it an original book that they adapted?
No, it was an original book which they kind of adapted, because, as I said, the story differs. It differs in huge parts. For example, in the book, people are not getting 30; they're just getting 21. And also, Logan is not getting here this what you call it. He is not sent to find the rebels. He is searching for them himself, because he doesn't want to die. he is not. He's not. It's not like in the movie. It's really a kind of completely different story. But as I said, haven't read it till now, and I'm going to. Of course, I'm going to give a review on it in the also on the books in my review. But it's the fifth one, I think, from now on, fifth or sixth one. So yeah, that is it's just too much work. So I'm going.
I assume you read the original Puma Man book.
The original Puma? Oh, no, I wish. I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's a huge novel, maybe something 1,000 pages or something like that, and goes really in depth into the origin story of Puma Man.
Germans like that 1,000 number.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's something epic like Lord of the Rings. Maybe it's even a trilogy.
Oh, it could be. That should be part of your review. Yes. Do you always include the book with your movie reviews? Shouldn't this be a policy for all your stuff going forward?
Yes. But Nerd already made a Puma Man review. And here,
by the way, already done one and I missed it?
Yes, and his Puma Man review is great. Of course, I can't agree with his rating because he just gives it a 5 out of 10, and it clearly deserves at least a 12 out of 10. At least. Because it's Puma Man.
I've seen Puma Man. It's so bad. It's not even so bad that it's good. There's no naked women, for example. And there's no naked women doing blow. And there's no naked women doing blow and then getting jumped by, monsters. So there's 3 strikes.
Yeah, by the way, here, Nerd, I've sent you an invitation if you want to come in. Yeah, that would be cool. And Puma Man doesn't need this crap. I think it's the brilliance of this art is going to be discovered maybe in 50 years or 100 years or something like that.
It'll take at least that long.
Yeah, or maybe 200 years, and then people will
maybe 200.
Yeah, and maybe it's like with Planet of the Apes. Maybe you have.
I'm thinking. Have you seen Idiocracy?
Yes, I have. And
yeah, okay. When it devolves down to that level, Puma Man will be so popular.
Yes, there will be a museum just for Puma Man and all these other crap here, like 2001 or Citizen Kane or whatever. Nobody is going to care about that. It will be just.
Puma. Today if they made a remake, it would be Puma Woman, and it would star Brie Larson. You heard she's got her own YouTube channel now.
Yes. Oh my God.
What do you think about that, Cub?
Yeah, I saw that. And I thought it's hilarious because these completely untalented hacks that come over to YouTube think, oh yeah, it's just YouTube. I make a channel and I don't need a plan or something like that. I don't need a plan, a concept, because I'm already famous and rich. So yeah, everybody is going to love me. Welcome, Brie. We really waited for somebody like you here. No,
I think it's a form of damage control because she's become so unpopular.
Yes, and it's really a disgrace for serious YouTubers, or people who really put work here, put real work in their videos and things like that, and. This woman, she just comes over. I think she has already 100,000 subs or whatever.
Probably 250,000. I think we're losing our audience. Jez is getting bored.
What? Jez is why?
He says, "Who gives a fuck?"
Hey, I don't understand. He lives on a stupid island where nothing happens at all. Where nobody cares for. And which drifts alone in the Atlantic or whatever, and he says it's too boring for him. Really, that doesn't make
Well,
any.
Brie Larson is pretty, sucky. She boring. It's true. She's a terrible wooden actress. There's not much to say about that. And yeah, she's on YouTube, but it just reflects. I don't know what it even reflects.
Yes, and the only reason why I even got that she's on YouTube is because two of my favorite YouTubers made videos about her. Here,
Right? That's what happened to me. I didn't even really watch them, but I was like, oh my god, there she is. It's
yeah, here, Bold Swag and Critical Drinker made both videos on her, and I thought, oh yeah, nice advertising for somebody who really doesn't deserve it.
yeah, no shit. So what's our next thing on our topics?
Our next thing, we still have to figure out which movie is the worst MCU movie. Is it Crap Marvel or is it a boring Panther? I know this is a hard one because
Yeah.
which is the worst one? Is it Black? I think
I'm
boring.
not the superhero aficionado some people are. They're okay, but it gets kind of boring. The same story over and over.
Yeah, okay. We know nobody is going to rewatch Boring Panther or Crap Marvel on his own. So let's assume after 3 months of waterboarding or something like that, and you have to watch one of them. Which would you watch? Would you watch rather Black Panther or rather Captain Marvel? If you
I
have,
don't know. I don't know. I guess Captain Marvel because it's got Samuel L. Jackson, but it
yes,
has very little. I guess making fun of Brie would be fun.
yes, I would also say if I get tortured for months or something like that and starved to death or so, and I really
Jeff
have
says the third Thor movie. Which one was that?
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. Yes.
Yeah. No, this is not even in this category. I don't think it's so boring. Like it's not as
No,
boring
it's
as
not as
Black
bad as
Panther.
a
Yeah.
frickin' Captain Marvel. She's so overpowered, and God, the flashbacks and the anti-male stuff. It's like it's just hard to watch it now. I maybe I'm just becoming more sensitized to the amount of the trash they're putting out. It just I tried to watch the new Charlie's Angels movie, and I couldn't make it
Oh,
5 minutes. Every single line was anti-male indoctrination or something. I was like, oh my god, I was gonna try and watch it and do a review of how bad it was. I couldn't make it 5-10 minutes and I was done.
yes, yes, it's impossible. It's
It was
impossible to watch.
impossible.
Yeah. It's so boring, bad. You have this horrible dialogue. You have this. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Why does for first off Bosley is there not one Bosley anymore? There are many Bosleys, and of course there are also women, and one of them, the Bosleys, I think Captain Picard is at first he's one of the Bosleys or not, and
It
then
was like an 8-year-old girl wrote it or something. When I don't know, just above kindergarten level, when girls and boys, cooties and well, second grade stuff, just the most ridiculous writing and acting you can imagine. So bad.
yes, and it's not even as so bad that it's good or something like that. It's just
No, it's
boring.
so bad it's unwatchable. I
Yeah.
mean, I couldn't make it. It was I was warned. Everybody said it was so bad, and I was like, how bad could it be? Yeah, it is just unwatchably terrible.
Yes, and if they go this path, like Charlie's Angels and so on, like movies that bad, or like this new Man in Black, Women Edition or whatever, if they go this path, Puma Man looks better and better with every of those movies because I watch Puma Man over those ones anytime. Really, I would rewatch Puma Man if I had to choose between Puma Man or Charlie's Angels. There's no there's no competition at all.
Oh, if that's the choice, I guess I'll take Stupid Puma Man.
Yes, Stupid Poor Man, at least it's horrible. I know it's horrible and it's really bad, but really, at least it has a reason for that, because it didn't cost it costs $50 to make or something like that, and they got, and all the $50 went to Donald Pleasance, of course. and he's really the best part of the movie. Oh my God! Silence. Isn't that the scene of Omega Man?
I'm here. I was just running the AC for a second.
Here, this famous silence thing. Isn't that from Omega Man? This where this group of mutants says silence, or is that not from the movie?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Greg, can you remember? Where this group of mutants say silence? It's often cited in other movies and series and so on. Is that from Omega Man?
Silent mutant. The one in Omega Man, they definitely weren't silent.
No, but didn't that say that, or is that from Planet of the Apes Part 2, where this superior mutants or whatever say silence to their captured people?
Yeah, that must have been in the other movie. I don't recall that.
Yeah, because I'm sure it's in Planet of the Apes Part 2, or it's in Omega Man, in one of these two movies.
I don't remember it in Omega Man.
So yeah,
they had albino mutants, I believe.
Yeah, so it has to be from Planet of the Apes Part 2, which is a crazy movie, by the way.
and if you remember, the leader of the mutants in Omega Man was a newscaster. You saw him if you watch a Cub video, sometimes he has the news on in a corner or whatever, and on that little screen in the corner of the video was the guy who later became the leader of the mutants.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just watched Omega Man one time in my whole life, and it was very long.
Well, there you go. You missed a critical point. Plot point, because it was the very news people who were spreading the disinformation who became the leader of the mutants and continued to cause havoc in the world. And you missed Spock's mom in Omega Man. That's two errors. Nomad would sterilize.
Yes, you're completely right. I have to rewatch them, and I really wanted to do that. I planned to do that even last year when Pete made his video about Omega Man. He made a very interesting video about it, and I wanted to rewatch Omega Man, of course, and also here the one with Vincent Price, and also I Am Legend, because they are all based on the same book. But constantly I don't have the time, but I'm going to do that this year for sure.
Well, those are some of the points I was definitely going to mention if I do my review on the three movies. I was either going to do them separately or do like a 3-pack or something, because I do feel like they're all kind of interconnected by both the time period and Charlton Heston, and the fact that they're future dystopian movies, all set within that few little years. If you would have made any of those movies early in the 60s or late in the 70s, they would not have been as good as they were. Planet of the Apes had to be, I believe, in the late 60s, and then Omega Man and Soylent Green are early 70s. They're perfect in those time periods. And by 75 or 79, I think it might have passed its window. And I just feel the time and the acting and the writing and the stories, it was a perfect combination to all come together.
Yes, I agree on that, and especially Planet of the Apes. To make that this movie came out 1968 is really it was the perfect storm. I have to say, because this was really the late 60s. Don't have to tell you that you are an American, so you know that this was a time where I think in the US people had wanted a change. They were on the streets, and there were many things going on in that time. 1 year later, there was even the moon landing and things like that, or the supposed moon landing. I don't believe that.
You also had the societal breakdown with the heroin use and the Charlie Manson murders. It was a shockwave after shockwave after shockwave. The Nixon Watergate thing, the Vietnam War. It was so many shockwaves coming one after another that it permeated our film industry. That's for sure.
Yes, and this time was kind of the seed for when we had this, especially how people thought about the future, how this whole thing is going to turn out. You had the flower power people, kind of, who which resulted in movies like Silent Running, if you can remember that, and which is also a dystopian future where Earth is kind of, you can't live there anymore, and they try to that the last plants can survive in space, and so it's somebody hasn't seen Silent Running. It's one of the greatest movies ever. I highly recommend that. But you had also these this even more dark approach, what is going on in the future, like Soylent Green, and which is the more hopeless one. I think Silent Running is the more hopeful one. And you had things like Phase 4, the one with the ants, if you can remember that, where you had an ant empire on Earth. Greg, are you still there? Hello? Oh my God! I think he's huh? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, as I said, it is.
My button got stuck.
Oh, okay. Yes. As I said,
The ant entire phase 4, where they sprayed the various chemicals on them, and then the ants began to react and train the humans.
Yes, you had the kind of this revenge of the nature movies on humans, where the nature is striking back.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this whole nature thing was a big theme back then in late 80s.
Well, that kind of played into the disaster movies that like the Towering Inferno and Earthquake and stuff. They did nature fighting back and as a kind of disaster movie.
Yes, and as I said, I think it was this feeling of the people which they weren't sure what the future is going to become, and also they thought that people should be the humans should be more responsible with the resources and things like that. You had this whole what you can call it, green. What nowadays we have this in this global warming stupidity,
Hoax.
hoax, which doesn't really.
It's almost a religion to these people.
Yes, yes, it doesn't make any sense. They go here on the streets to
Well,
demonstrate.
you're not even allowed to dispute it. You're not allowed to say anything like it was holy scriptures or something. And it's just computer models and things like that. It's I totally disagree. Yeah, we have climate change. We used to have an ice age a few centuries ago. We're going to have ice age again. We could get hotter. I do not believe that we're having the effect that they're saying we're having. I think one volcano has more effect than 10 years worth of all the industry.
Yes, I agree on that completely. And also, the problem nowadays we have with the people who think this nature people whatsoever, or they think they are doing something good for the earth. Back then in the 60s, it was a real movement. It was really
Well, there was real pollution. They were doing some real good. They've taken it a little too far, and nowadays I think it's about control. It's about control of people, and it's an instrument of that control.
Yes, because
and a way to bleed money.
Because nowadays it is taken over by the big corporates. It's like in the movie Network, where big corporates they are using now this thing that started out as flower power movement or whatever, and they are using it now for their own profits. They don't care for nature, and they also don't care for the people. But they see that that they can because they are all funded from rich billionaires whatsoever who are in the background and using these stupids who think they protect nature. They use them like puppets. And
they've got a beautiful framing network. They set it up to where if you oppose them, you're like pro pollution, which is insane. You're just trying to point out that their facts are incorrect, and we need more. And no, they always frame it to where this is going to be unable to be changed if it goes on for say another 8 or 10 years. Well, I've been hearing that since the 70s. And they always put it out so many years, and there we reach that point, and we go past it, and we go 10 years, 20 years, 30 years past it, and none of their computer models are anything like what they say they will be. It's never like that. And they said we'd be out of oil, and they said this, and they said that, and they do a lot of lying, and it's politically convenient. And if you try to point it out, you're not allowed to. That's why I say it's almost like a religion. This is like holy scriptures.
Yes, and also people, thanks to their short memory span, seem to forget they tried this scam already in the 70s. In the 70s, people were afraid of the Ice Age.
Yes, I remember. The coming Ice Age.
The coming Ice Age. That was in the minds of the people back then. Because they tried the same scam like nowadays with CO2 and pollution whatsoever.
The Ice Age is a lot more likely.
Yeah. And then in the 80s, they discovered, oh my God, it's getting warmer. It's not getting colder. So now it's completely opposite. Now, everything is too hot and whatsoever and things like that. Yeah, it's a scam.
What happened was that they found out they couldn't rig it to make everything look like it was freezing. But if they say everything's getting warmer, it's really hard to dispute that. Because if it's all freezing, you're going to see ice. You're going to see, some evidence of this. Whereas warmer, you notice now it's like, it's half a degree. And if you multiply this out times another 100 years, that 2 degrees will cause the ocean to rise. Yeah, if we're using your model, and if your model is correct, and if we're causing this, it might be that this is all just happening naturally because the climate does change. Guess what? We go from ice ages to warmer climate. Places like the Sahara Desert used to be tropical. It's ridiculous.
Yes, and it works in the same vein like religions, like you already said, Greg. In the religion, a religion works you can take any religion. You can take Christianity or Islam or whatever. Every religion works that way. First off, you have to tell people that they are sinners and they are the cause of the problem. Everybody is kind of cause of the problem. So you need a savior. This is how religion works. And of course, this savior knows best, and he is going to show us the way. In this case here, in the Corona religion, for example, it's Bill Gates or something like that. And this is how religion works, and this all this global warming stupidity is the same thing. First they tell people that they are constantly the problem, even if they breathe, because CO2 is what you breathe out. So just that they exist is kind of a sin, a problem.
And any trash they produce, any electricity they use, any gasoline, food they eat, they guilt trip them on every single thing.
Yes, and that is exactly how religions work. And this global
it is a religion.
Yeah, this global warming thing is kind of a religion, and also because you have to really believe it, because it's not science. It has nothing to do with science. It's pseudoscience, we call it.
It's pseudoscience.
Yeah, pseudoscience. And by the way, and I know this is a thing that people don't like to hear, this is the reason why I don't trust what is now going on. Because you can say, yeah, but you can't compare that and things like that. But yes, I can. And I'm going, and I do that. For me, it comes more of like belief and science and religion than actual science. Because when you tell me we have a problem, everybody can be infected, and even if you aren't, you can be a few days later, and even if you everything is just like with the CO with this global warming thing. And also the only thing that can save you is if you are listening to your leaders or saviors or whatever, and then you get vaccinated, and of course you have to get vaccinated every year and things like that. Yeah, no, I don't trust that at all. It's because you can't say that it has anything to do with science if you say we don't make autopsies. So yeah, I say fuck you. I say fuck you. If you want to tell me we have a problem, then make autopsies on everybody you suspect that he died on this and prove it to me. With everybody you say that he died on this thing that we I don't want to piss off you people, so I'm not going to name it, but you know what I mean. And then we can talk about it. And before that, I don't want to hear anything about that. I don't care.
Well, you want to hear something interesting? The infection rate is going wildly up, and the deaths are going down. Now, there could be explanation for this, in that one thing that stops pandemics is beneficial mutation. So what you could be having is a herd immunity caused by beneficial mutation. A mutation of a virus can be highly lethal and lead to a much worse ill, or it can stay very similar, or many times it can be beneficial, which means asymptomatic. They get it, they create the antibodies, and everybody they spread it to gets the asymptomatic or non-lethal or not even getting sick version, and before long it sweeps through the whole community before you even it's like a vaccination in itself. It's how nature defends us from this type of thing. And just looking at the numbers here in America, that would be my interpretation, is we may be having a beneficial mutation leading to herd immunity.
Yes, I agree on that 100%. And also,
and once you reach a certain point, they're just going to be able to say, "Hey, we've reached the herd immunity thing." I forget what it is, 44% or 54% or something like that. So it'll be interesting. Just watch for news reports about that and see if they downplay that or because you shouldn't be having wildly swinging up infection rates with the actual death rate dropping. So if that's happening, yeah, it could be that we're getting great medicines and all this stuff, but probably there's another factor, and the most likely factor is a beneficial mutation. This is what's killed off all the previous viruses before.
Yes, I agree on that. And also, what is not mentioned in the media, at least not here in Germany, in Sweden, they didn't had any kind of lockdown or whatever because they went this road that you are here describing. They said we want a natural kind of nature
Herd immunity, yes.
Yes, they went this road and it went very well for them. Of course, in the media, they say, yeah, but they have the highest death rates. But the death rates of them are kind of 2 times higher, like as usual. But the old age rate of them is 3 times higher than in the other countries. In Sweden, we have many old people over 65. And of course, if you have 3 times more old people, and we know that this supposed virus whatsoever, it mainly affects the old people over 65. So of course, the death rate of them is higher.
Yeah, well, it makes sense that anytime you have a flu, it's going to more adversely affect the elderly or infirm.
Yes, and that's it. That's the whole story. And if anybody is trying to spin anything different from that, then he's a liar or a politician. Yeah.
Well, it's a sensitive subject, and people are going to have different opinions. But I think people are coming around to the fact that it's not as bad as they're saying it was. And even though it's there, we got to live our lives, you know.
Yes, and we try to live our lives in Germany because our this mass stupidity is extended to the 15th of July. So next week. Because I wanted next week to go to Dutch for shopping because I'm not wearing a mask. And I wanted to go there, but then I got that it's just to the 15th of July, and it's not expanded from that till now. So if they really put down the mask on the 15th of July, then I can go shopping here in Germany and I'm cool. But if they don't, I going to Dutch as usual, and also I suspect riots here in Germany.
I think Germany has like the lowest death rate in the world, don't they?
Yes, no, we are in the middle. We are in the down, a little bit down of the middle. Our death rate is, in fact, this is what I looked up because I had the noise tracker here and we looked it up together. I don't care for numbers, but we have seen that we are in kind of in the same rate like USA. When it comes to the USA has a little bit higher, but just a little bit. But we are both in the middle because USA is also not has also not the highest death rate, or not.
Well, if we can get some kind of study that shows that this medicine's effective and this vaccine's effective or whatever, then that's going to break the back of this thing. And you've got to figure there's a lot, millions of medical people working on this, and I'm hopeful that we can break its back and move on. It looks like it is something political going on with this. I can't put an exact finger on it, but
Yes.
and maybe I could, but I won't.
And also that people don't get me wrong here. I'm not against vaccination or something like that at all. In fact, I think if somebody wants to get vaccinated, he should be able to. That's my politic.
Oh,
But
if they come out with a vaccine, I'm probably going to go for it. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't.
But I would still warn people to get vaccinated. I wouldn't tell them, hey, don't get vaccinated at any cost. I would just remind them that the thing that they are putting out here as vaccination is they are very fast putting it out, which means it has not the clinical tests as usual. A vaccination,
Yeah, that's true.
It's 10 years.
It makes it more dangerous.
Yes, it makes it more dangerous. And I would remind the people, because I care for them. For example, if I know you want to get vaccinated, you are my friend, and it would be I would be an asshole if I wouldn't tell you these things, wouldn't warn you that maybe the vaccination is more dangerous than the disease itself.
To be fair, you said it was more dangerous, but you also said it would give me like potentially mutant superpowers.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but for example, the last time we had this pandemic whatsoever was the swine flu, and there were people who got vaccinated. And the sad thing is that there were deaths from the swine flu, but there were among the people who got vaccinated, and also some people got ill, and they are still suing for that. They sued millions out of these companies because of that. So I would really be suspicious.
Well, they're doing human tests. I know they put out a call the other day here in Houston for people to do tests on human vaccinations. So it's not like they're just going to jump from the laboratory to mass injecting people. They have to do human tests.
Yes, and
whether these would be as thorough as normal, obviously not.
Yeah, but as I said, I don't really think that it's that big of a deal here with this virus, and that is really that dangerous with what they make it out to be. So there's really no need to get vaccinated. That's just my personal opinion. If somebody thinks he wants to, then he's free to do that. But on the other side, I would wish that the government would see it the same way. Something like, okay, if he doesn't want to get vaccinated, it's his decision. We can't.
I think it'll be voluntary. You think they'll make it involuntary and vaccinate everybody?
No, I think they say,
or make it like part of your getting a job or something.
Yes, they already said that. You are just able to go shopping if you are vaccinated. You are just able to go to use here a bus or a train if you are vaccinated. Things like that. And this is the thing, which is for my or getting a job or whatever. And this is the thing for me. It's the same, like it's involuntary. Because, of course, if you want to live in this society and even get something to eat, you have to get vaccinated.
Like delicious tomatoes.
Yeah, like delicious tomatoes. And this is the thing I'm worried about. If it doesn't go that way, I'm cool with it. If people want to, they can get vaccinated like they want to, and become mutants or get spider powers or whatever. I don't care.
Spider powers are great.
Yeah.
Probably what's going to happen is you'll end up getting herd immunity or something like that. Theoretically, you get like a tiny bit of the virus, and it's very weak, and then you build up your antibodies. So you may be able to test yourself one day without ever being vaccinated and say, hey, I've got herd immunity, and have like a HI card, herd immunity card. Maybe have a picture of a cow on it, like or a cub, lone wolf cub.
Hey, a sheep with a mask.
A sheep with a mask, and your little proof of herd immunity below it. Because once your body produces antibodies, you're in good shape.
Yes. You mean like the body from Star Trek fans produced antibodies against Jar Jar Abrams crap?
Let's see. Adam says Cubs fear I'd a vaccine, but he has a point. Even though I don't ever see a vaccine. Classic Adam. Due to it being bioweapon. Am I allowed to say that? I guess I just did.
No, it's okay. I don't care here what we are saying here. The only thing I hold back is because I don't want to hurt the feelings of some people, which I considered all my friends, and even if I don't agree with them, doesn't mean that I have to hurt their feelings.
Hey, you're growing, Cub. That's excellent.
Yeah, and I'm really not afraid of what happens to the channel or whatever. That I don't care about because you know me. If I think something is important, that's I have to say it, and I'm going to. That's also the reason why I make this 6-part series about utopias and dystopias, which.
Well, that's fair, I guess.
Yeah, so I keep my opinion in my reviews and don't bother people with them.
Jez says his local university is one of the leading places making trials of the BS, I think it's bullshit, vaccine. So you can tell Jez is going to be first in line there.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, the thing is really, I'm curious what is coming next. Can you tell me what is going on in the US? First off, have you still the masks if you have to go shopping or something like that?
Yeah, well, yeah, they made a new thing. It wasn't mandatory, and now they've made it mandatory for I don't know how long. The governor and the people who were against it come out for it now because the numbers had went down, and then we had these riots and stuff, and of course the numbers went up, which they say has nothing to do with everybody being on top of each other out there. And now they went back to you're supposed to wear masks.
Interesting. And
Jez has already found the cure. Oh no, it's Nerd. You know what? No, Nerd says Jez has, and it's copious amounts of alcohol, according to the chat.
Yes, and
Jez says
right. He's completely
fuck
right.
that. No vaccine for me. I will just have the flu and deal with it.
Yeah, and so do you have a date where when the masks are going down?
The next what? I don't know how long. No, they didn't give us a date. I don't think. If they did, I didn't hear it.
Okay, because as I said, our date is 15th July, but they can still expand it. They can say.
Well, your numbers are going down supposedly, right?
Yeah, but
and your hospitals aren't overloaded or anything.
Yeah, but all these numbers are made up anyway.
Yeah, my friends, my friends, have had this discussion as well. Whether they're saying the hospitals are full, so I'm going to assume they're telling the truth. But I'm highly suspicious of the whole thing.
Hey, here in Germany they aren't full. They're empty. The hospitals here are empty, and this is not.
Then there's really no reason to have you wear the mask. But it's a control issue, I think.
Yes.
At some point, it's going to go too far, and people are going to backlash. I already feel the backlash. People, my friends who were for this initially, aren't now, and they don't even believe that this is a pandemic.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, it doesn't feel like a pandemic. It's really
like. It does not.
Yeah, because if this is really a pandemic, then all the movies from Hollywood lied to us. Where they
no.
Yeah, so they were all made up. So in fact, a pandemic is nothing more like a flu and has really zero effect on. There are no ill people, there are no dead people, just the ones that get usually ill and usually died. Nothing more. So that's a pandemic. I don't understand.
Adam says masks are not forced where he is yet. I think that's up north. And been keeping an eye on it because Cub has a very good point on it. What do you know? Adam agrees with you about the mask. and he
Yes,
says a pandemic,
and
or a
and
plandemic, a plandemic.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
funny.
yeah, and that's very good for Adam. I hope it stays that way. That he doesn't have to use a mask. And if they try to force it, then this is the sign, like you said, Greg. It doesn't make any sense because the numbers are going down, even they're made up numbers. And when I say made up numbers, by the way, that people understand what I mean with that. The test that they are using is developed here in Germany. It's from this Drosten guy. He's supposed
Well,
to.
if we were developing herd immunity because of a mutant variation that was beneficial, the numbers would go up and the death rate would go down.
Yeah,
So that would be really good news. But I don't hear them saying that, although that's how I interpret the data.
Yeah, but the thing is, this test that they are using to test people if they have this illness or not. This test was developed 1 week before they got the COVID-19 here.
That's just good timing, huh?
Probes from Wuhan, from China. The test came out here in Germany, and I think it's the one that worldwide is used. The test they made that without the probes they needed for it. So this test, I have no clue what is tested, but they can't test on the virus because they didn't have the probes when they made it. So
well, that's interesting, isn't it?
Yes, so I can tell you what exactly this test is testing. It's testing on corona in general, not on COVID-19, because it can't. They didn't have the probes. So, of course, if they do just test on corona in general, of course, you're going to have many false positives. Because
well, Adam says, give us a real test that tests COVID-19, not antibodies. So is that what you're saying, that they're just testing the antibodies?
Yes, because the virus itself is still not isolated. They have no clue how the virus looks like. And of course, these stupid pictures out there, they're all computer generated. That's the reason
why. Well, he's saying antibodies are produced even if you have a cold. So that would produce a false positive for COVID-19.
Yes, and of course, everybody who got a vaccination against the normal flu. There are people who get vaccinations against the
I did.
flu. Yeah, of course, they will all be tested positive because of their antibodies. So that's for sure. So for me, this is really putting people in a state of panic without reason, and I can't stand that. If we would have here really a little bit more decency, or what you call it, if they would be correct with their numbers and their testing and the results and things like that.
Well, it's like you said about the global warming. They lie about the scientific evidence there. So, if you're saying there's a parallel with this, they would have no problem lying about the scientific evidence. And who do we have to watch that? The news media is totally corrupt and really stupid, so nobody trusts them. I don't know what's going on. I'm hoping that all this blows over as soon as possible.
Yes, and that is sad. Of course.
And that it teaches people a valuable lesson. Red pills them. I think it's going to blow up in their face.
Yes, it's going to. So as I said, I'm curious how is the future, what the future really is going to be, because I really can now a little bit connect or think to know how people felt back then, late 60s, when they also didn't know what the future is going to be. And back then we had also a fear from the 60s that also were also in play here, the fear of the atomic war that came from the 50s and 60s. And
well, we almost had atomic war. There was some crazy shit going on. The Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean,
Yes, and I think the Cuban Missile Crisis was in the 60s or not? Wasn't it 68?
that was 62.
Oh,
It was
62.
Kennedy,
Yeah.
and he got killed in 63.
Yes, it was 62. Yeah, you are correct. But it was also in the 60s. It was the start of the 60s, kind of, and also where Kennedy said he wants to reach the moon till the end of the century.
We shall go to the moon.
Yeah, and as a tinfoil hat, of course, I don't believe in the moon landing. Of course, it's one of the holy grails of our tinfoil hat society that we don't believe in the moon landing.
Are you a flat Earth guy?
No, the flat earthers are stupid.
So you believe the moon's there, and we're in a round Earth. It's just we didn't go there, despite our great photographic evidence.
Hey, everybody knows that the Earth looks like a donut. Stephen Hawking said that in The Simpsons. Yeah,
well, you better hope Homer don't fly by.
No, Homer came up with the donut donut universe theory, and Stephen Hawking told him that he's going to steal his idea.
Well, the moon is a pretty amazing thing to talk about. We'll do it another time, but the exact distance it is away from the Earth to create an eclipse between the sun and the Earth, it's exact. I mean, if it was just a mile in either direction, you wouldn't be able to have the exact blotting, effect from the eclipse. There's the fact that when they dropped parts of the lunar lantern and it hit the moon rang like a bell. Have you ever heard about that?
No.
The Russian scientists said did a paper saying they thought the moon was an artificial object. Matter of fact, they did another test and dropped another one on purpose, and it rang again like a bell, like it was empty and metallic.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just look it up. There was the Russians did a fascinating paper about it. Some of their famous scientists. Of course, our scientists wouldn't touch something like that, but
I can tell you the moon hoax or the moon landing hoax has to wait, because first I have to solve this corona hoax, and after that the global warming hoax, and of course the Kennedy hoax I already solved with my Kennedy review, JFK review. Yeah, and then I'm going to solve the moon hoax, moon landing hoax.
Jez says if you look hard enough, you can still see the French rocket in its eye. I think that's from an early movie.
No, it's not from an early movie. It's from the first movie ever made. It is
an early movie.
Yes, of course you are right, but it's this really famous...
No, you're correct to point that out. I do remember it was the first movie.
Yeah, and I think it was a French guy. His name was now we need Jess, but he's yeah. Jess, what was the name of the movie? And what was the name of the director? It was a French guy, I'm pretty sure. And I'm too lazy to look it up, and Brent is not here when we need him. So
when I was young, one of my first memories was seeing astronauts on the moon. They were riding around in moon buggies. They were golfing. I thought we had like a major moon base, and we'd go there all the time. And when I was in school, they actually had moon rocks coming down. And you're telling me that the moon rock I stole in 1972 is fake?
Hey, we have a major moon base. Didn't you see Iron Sky? And of course,
I did. Freaking Germans, man.
Hey, the stupid Americans never reached the moon because we were already there. Didn't you see Iron Sky? Really? Do you need more proof? And also the effects in Iron Sky were much better than in this stupid moon landing video they showed 1969. So of course I believe the good effects one.
There it is. Here's your answer from Jez. A Trip to the Moon, 1902, Dr. Georges
Méliès. Yeah, Méliès. That's
Méliès.
yes, that's correct. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, it's a cool movie. You sometimes you see some snippets of it. It's also not that long. I think it's 10 or 20 minutes or something like that. And this famous snippet here where the rocket gets into the eye of the moon. Oh, it's so brilliant. Yeah, I like this old stuff. And talking about old stuff and old classics. Which movie is shown here from Chess on Saturday? Greg?
I'm not sure. We'll have to ask Jez.
Yeah, we can ask him, of course, but we also can look it up. I'm going to look it up. So just here. So the next
I really
one
enjoyed the Sherlock Holmes one. I'm not
Yeah.
sure that I'd even seen that one in a long time. And the quality was really good, and the acting, the HD quality was nice.
Yes, and the one, by the way, the one that Jess shows next Saturday, this Saturday, is Atom Age Vampire, or Atom Age Vampires, and I'm going to put.
Jez says it's a classic Italian movie.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. So here's
Paraphrasing.
the link. Here's the link of the stream. Saturday, as usual. And I really can't wait for that, because I like the Sherlock Holmes ones, but to be fair, to be honest, I really like these cheap Italian schlock ones even more.
He says the week after it's The Last Man on Earth. Is that the one with Vincent Price? The one we were talking about as a forerunner to Omega Man, Jez?
Oh, that would be great. That would be first.
Have you ever seen it, Cub?
Yeah, I'm sure I have, but as a child. So
that's it. Vincent Price.
Is it? Oh, cool. Yeah, very cool. I can't wait to rewatch it, because, as I said already, I want to make by times a review on the original story of the Omega Man. Here, I Am Legend. And of course, talking about all the adaptations, and it's good if I get the chance to rewatch it.
Yeah, that is good. Well, good job, Jez. Good timing on that.
Yeah, really. And yeah, so are we already through with Charlton Heston? I can't believe that. But because we left out 10 Commandments. No, here, Ben-Hur. Greg, are you still here?
I'm here.
What?
I was moving around a little bit.
Yeah. What's up? Why are you moving around the whole time?
I was looking for something to drink. I'll just get a water.
Oh, yeah. I have my Bacardi here, and also my Coke or Cola or whatever. And
well, yeah. I gotta stay hooked up to these headphones. I'm not used to being on headphone.
Yeah, I also have to hooked here with these headphones. And this by the way, the reason why I got problems here with my sound when we tried the first one was because I think I already told you and the others that I was here. I had problems with my PC. I had to install Windows again and again and again. I think 20 times or something like that. It went complete crazy, and so that's the reason why he didn't want to recognize my headphones for some reason. I had to make it manually, and oh yeah, I really hate this this system. Windows is really worst system ever created.
Well,
Gets
that's
worse.
fascinating, Cub. Windows does suck.
Yeah, really. And I'm still with 7. I know that 10. Many people tell me 10 is even worse than 7, and yeah, I believe that directly. I'm glad I still don't have to use it, because the argument for many people to use this stupid 10 Windows 10 thing is many are play games here, Xbox and so on, and you need it, kind of. This is what I've heard. If you want to connect your, it has DirectX or Direct 11 or whatever. This is this thing you need with this system when you are a gamer. That's how a gamer explained it to me. The reason why he is using this stupid system. Yeah, and of course, on the normal people, it's just forced on them when they buy a new computer or whatever. They get it if they want to or not. So yeah, but this is Bill Gates. He can't. He doesn't. People don't want his stuff, and so he has to force it on them. And if somebody like that is involved in the a serious thing like vaccination or something like that, I'm also very suspicious, because
I stay suspicious most of the time, but I'm extra suspicious about all this stuff going on right now. I have a feeling that it could all be related to the election with Trump, and it's going to magically go away as soon as the election's over.
yes, something like that. I can clearly see that. Like yeah, they often use these things.
I mean, I hate to be American centric in my view, but it really seems like the whole world, at least the liberal world, hates Trump. Germany and you know, not all of Britain, but certainly the left over there hated him, and London's mayor and this and that. And I don't know. It just seems like they could easily all go along with something like this to be against him.
Yeah, I can exactly tell you why it is that way here in Germany. It is because of the media. The media hates Trump. The people here in Germany are stupid sheep like everywhere else, and they just believe what the media says. And the media.
Do you think this will maybe help wake up people against the media? Are you hearing rumblings? Because I know people over here are totally giving up on the media.
Yes, but here in Germany, they are still kind of. I met many people who repeat things from the media, who are talking with me and arguing with the stupid shit.
Well, the far left, the people who the media agrees with, who they're just basically shills for, yeah, they're going to agree with them because they're saying their propaganda. They're just repeating their propaganda.
Yeah, but
and they love that.
Here in Germany, we have a huge paper. It's called Bild, translated picture. It's the biggest paper here in Germany. It's something like it's the paper for the masses, or what you call it. Something. It's the biggest paper, newspaper, and they were constantly against Trump the whole time. But this changed because a supporting company that supports Trump bought a share of this newspaper here from Germany. There are 3 shareholders from this newspaper, and one of them is now Trump's supporter. And the picture and the news changed in this paper. It's since a month or something like that, a month or one.
Has the paper changed? Is it more fair?
No, it's now. Yes, I wouldn't say fair or unfair. Now they are not writing against Trump anymore. This paper.
Well, that's a first step. It takes baby steps, Jez. And I mean, Cub. Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading Jez.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't want it, and I think this is also wrong. It can't be that people against Trump are running a newspaper and making constantly this whole Trump mania in the news, and then Trump supporters buy a share in this paper, and now it's all pro Trump. I don't want the news this way.
That may have been Adam who bought the share in the paper.
Yeah,
and Jez has been going Trump, 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 and he says, I follow Trump on Twitter. He's fracking, fucking awesome. I'm not used to cursing, sorry. I guess I'm going to just cut loose, do a Texas style.
Yeah, but what the thing is, the paper lost any credit anyway because of the things they did before the change was, and now they are making a 180. And for me, it's both.
Hey, what if they come out against global warming? That'd be cool.
Yeah, as I said, they already lost any credit, at least with me. And hearing that, seeing that in the media, the rest of the media is still against Trump. But just this one newspaper, which is a very big one, as I said, is for out of nowhere. It was a kind of Trump supporter. And now, there is really, I don't read any newspapers or watch any news or something like that. I can just tell you what I got told because people tell me sometimes. Because I'm personally would never ever take a newspaper in my hand or watch.
Well, no, the newspaper ink contains the chemical that brainwashes you, Cub.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, I know that. I was working in a printery.
I knew you were. Did you put the chemical in the ink? No, you did.
No,
it all makes sense.
Hey, we are not supposed to talk about that. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't.
Right.
Who knows? But of course, just in the best interest of everybody, as usual.
Well, of course.
Yeah, but I wasn't working in a newspaper printery. I was working in a normal printery for books, but and
pornographic books.
I wish. No.
Sorry.
No. Sad.
You said a normal printery for books.
Yeah, no, but not the books where you books were just we most of the time school here you need in school when you want to write.
Oh yeah, we definitely had those in school.
No, when you want to
and they were hidden like under the beds and out in the everywhere.
What students or school kids need? Textbooks without text, where you
textbooks without text. That's so German.
Yeah.
So just blank pages.
Yeah, blank pages. You need blank pages if you want to write something or not.
It's true. That is so true.
And these blank pages, they come not like a book. You don't call it book. You call it where you write your homework in and things like that.
Like a notebook.
Yes, something like that. Yeah. This was the most stuff we made. We also.
So do all German textbooks? Are they all empty?
Some would say yes.
And y'all just write in as you go, and that becomes your textbook.
Yeah,
classic German.
No, but these notebooks, there were some interesting ones in between. For example, with the Simpsons cover. Back then,
that's cool. Simpsons, Homer, Bart.
Yeah, yes, Bart, and there was a series of notebooks from the Simpsons back then in the 90s, because I was working there in the 90s, and it was I didn't do that series.
So your job was making Simpsons covered textbooks in German that were blank. Yeah, I'm just picturing it.
Yes, something like that. And for example, there was back then when the Simpsons were more popular and could sell stuff. There was this episode where Bart says, I didn't do it. And then he becomes famous. Then Krusty wants to he makes from him a big star, and he becomes the I didn't do it boy, and he becomes this one-hit wonder. He's a short time famous, and after that, nobody cares for his act anymore. I don't know if you can remember this episode.
I do remember it. Yes.
Yeah, and I was
That was his
surprised.
catchphrase.
Yes, and I was surprised that they took this as a serious for these notebooks, and I had the pleasure to work on that. So I made kind of I put it together so that in the printery it could be printed, because that was my work. I wasn't printing it
Well, it was your
myself.
great contribution to society.
Yes. It was cool because I was a big Simpsons fan back then, and I thought, oh, this is so great. I work on something related to the Simpsons, because I was young. I was 22 or something like that. It was for me a big deal back then. I thought,
That
oh,
is
that's
cool.
so great. Yeah, that's so great. Yeah.
Adam definitely approves.
Yeah, eat my shots. Yeah.
I can feel that Brent would approve as well if he were here.
Yeah, and yeah, but it was also back then when the Simpsons were kind of good, because nowadays they're so over their time, really.
I think the best Simpsons were the Treehouse of Horrors, and of course when the Germans would come to visit.
Of course, Germans are always great. Yeah, when they bought the power plant here from Burns.
They got so screwed over.
Yeah, and first time they showed the Americans how effective work works, and of course everybody could keep his work. Just Homer was the only guy who lost his job. Oh my God, that is such a cool episode. And when Homer talks to the Germans and constantly is dreaming about chocolate. He depicts Germany when one of the German guys says, "Yeah, here it's the land where chocolate comes from," and he depicts in his mind a land that is completely
Yeah, he was eating everybody who was chocolate. Yeah, classic Homer.
Yes, and yeah, it's exactly how it looks like here in Germany. Everything is made out of chocolate, of course.
Except for the beer. You got to have beer.
Yeah, and the Germans have a very nice comment about American beer. They say something like, yeah, your beer, it's something like what we call spill water. Oh no, I mean here the thing that the pigs are drinking or something like that in our country.
Yeah, but you got me doing it. You haven't perhaps tried all of our beer. Remember, the number one immigrant group at the turn of last century was the Germans in America, and we got a bunch of them here in Texas, and they set up. There's all kinds of. If you look on a map of Texas, you can find German names: Schulenburg and Shiner, and on and on. And Shiner, Texas, has its own brewery, and they brew a nice dark beer that's stout and strong and more delicious supposedly than any German beer. So it's Germans, Texas Germans. If you can imagine Germans taken like to the 9th degree or the 100, squared times themselves, they're like more German than y'all guys could ever be because they're from Texas. So they made excellent beer, and that's my favorite beer is Shiner from Shiner, Texas. So one of these days, hopefully, you can get a Shiner and taste real German beer made in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you're trying to be nice.
At least you don't have to drink this thing that they sell as beer here on this island. Here, what is?
I don't like watery beer, and and I don't know, the ales and stuff. Some of the British beers I've tried are a little too thick or syrupy or something. I don't know. I don't think I've tried enough of them to really be a good judge. Some of the
Yeah.
German beers are good. I like a nice dark beer, you know, that got some kick,
No,
and
okay.
it tastes like something, not like it. The other beer, Budweiser and stuff, that's just water, basically colored water. It's okay if you got nothing else, then and you're out and it's 120 degrees and you're dying of thirst, and it's ice cold. Man, it can taste delicious. But if you got a choice and you're sitting in air conditioning and all the factors are equal, you're gonna pick Shiner.
Yeah, and by the way, Budweiser, isn't that here a Dutch beer or a Belgian beer or something like that?
Maybe. I know they've got. I've drove past the giant Budweiser plant here in Houston, so I know they're not from here, but they brew. We guzzle down enough beer here to have our own refineries, and Shiner's not that far away. We probably drink a good part of it here in Houston. But yeah, I do think it's from Belgium, or they own the rights or something. Who knows? A lot of our beer got disrupted during the Prohibition, like our liquors and stuff.
Yeah, the prohibition kind of reminds me of what is going on nowadays, because these some stupid rules like socialist distancing and masks and whatsoever. It's really like prohibition or not?
Well, Prohibition directly led to the mob being so powerful and pervasive,
Yes, and
which led to the drugs and all that. And you know what caused Prohibition? 1919, women got the vote.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what happened. And women getting the vote led to the mob and all that becoming very pervasive, and drugs all over the place. They meant well. It's the road to hell is paved with good intentions type thing.
Yes, and that's the reason why they didn't get the vote here in one German country. I think Switzerland or Austria. I'm not really sure. In one of those countries, they didn't get it till the 70s, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, but
Man,
I don't want to spread lies here. I think if
Brent was here, we would know.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's the reason why they are. It still went so well with them so long. I don't know. Yeah, but with this prohibition thing, I mean, prohibition is nothing else than telling people, making rules, putting restrictions for something that people want. For example, drink to get drunk, and if they want to, they should have the right to. And now with this whole Corona insanity, they don't want to give people the permission to decide for themselves if they are going to risk it with the flu or not, and making up these rules like in prohibition times. So that's why I compare these two things.
It's about control. Adam says Bud is American 100% from 1876.
Really?
That's what he says.
Oh yeah, I'm confusing it with Heineken. Because
there you go.
Because Heineken clearly isn't.
Yeah, well, that's totally different.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I'm constantly confusing Budweiser with Heineken. Yeah, he's right. Oh, yeah. But
you do that when you're ordering beer? No wonder you got problems.
Nah, I would never.
You're wanting Heineken and you're ordering Budweiser. You're constantly confusing them.
No, I just confusing them when I talk about.
Next time you're going to have to ask them if they have Shiner Bock from Shiner, Texas.
Hey, I think I have drank or what you call it, one time a Budweiser, which was okay, and a few times Heineken, which is a little bit better, but still I would never never buy them for fun or something like that. I just was curious what they taste. That's all. They're not.
Okay, so you haven't had good American beer yet.
Yeah, seems
You've had our piss water beer, which is okay, but I'm telling you, have you a Shiner one day. Somehow, surely they got it over there. Hopefully they do.
So your original American beer also comes from China, or what?
Shiner is the original beer. It's named after the town, Shiner Bock. They've got Shiner Blonde and stuff, but Shiner Bock's the best. It's just a dark beer, and I'm thinking they probably got it in Germany because it's so superior.
Yeah, but I thought you are pissed off the Chinese. Why don't you rename the beer in something not so offensive?
Why would I be pissed off at Shiner?
Yeah, because this stupid virus supposedly came from China or not?
Oh, China? Shiner's not from China. You must be mishearing me. Shiner, Texas. Shiner.
Ah, China.
Shiner, yes.
Oh, you mean like The Shining here from Stephen King?
Yes. I'll put it in the chat. Shiner Bock.
Oh my God.
That's the kind of beer I'm saying.
Wait a second. So it's not like the original Shining, it's like the stupid continuation here, Dr. Sleep, where the shine or whatever is filled up.
If the second one was far superior, yes.
No, I mean where this here the superpower, shining superpower is like midichlorians, and you can suck it out of other people like a vampire.
Maybe.
You can fill it up.
Hey, you drink enough Shiner, you get superpowers. So yes, I'm gonna say yes to that.
Oh my God.
Amber Bock. There's Shiner Blonde.
Amber? Hey, Amber is one of the characters of the stupid new Shining book of Dr.
Yes. You see, it all comes together, Cub.
Oh my God. So yeah.
You kept thinking I was saying China or something. That's insane. I thought I was enunciating proficiently, but apparently not.
Yeah, but
Probably the stupid microphone.
No, I was so surprised. I thought, oh my God, even their beer is called China. They're really in Chinese hands completely.
Not hardly. China Bock. That would be terrible. That would not sell here.
No, but I'm pretty sure in Hollywood they are not drinking China. They are drinking China, or not.
Oh yeah. They're definitely not drinking China.
Yeah, they're drinking real China written with CH, and because they're constantly trying to make these movies for China, not for their normal audience in the US audience anymore. Now the Chinese market is the most important thing ever, for some reason.
Yeah, Adam says it was my Texas accent, which doesn't make any sense. I mean, y'all guys have accents. I don't.
What? I thought Texan people don't have an accent. All the others have.
Exactly. That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
I speak completely normally, and everybody else a little off.
Yeah. So hey, so we also solved this case.
Yes, there we go. Adam says Chinese are drinking bats. Apparently, it's called the China Bat beer. Delicious.
Really?
No, he's making fun of the virus that can't be named.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, but I was really because I'm also going to talk about the virus in my videos, and
sweet. I'll bet that'll be a good video.
Yeah, but first off, I'm going to name it, and I don't have to call it coronavirus because corona is, I think, the Spanish word for the virus.
It's
Because
also a famous beer here, Corona
yeah, no,
beer.
yeah, it's Portuguese or Spanish or whatever. And this is this name. You don't have to use it. I don't understand. I'm going to call it here in Germany Krone virus, which because Corona is the crown in the English version of the review. I'm going to call it Crohn virus because that's the translation. And I think if people just would use that, the English word for it, they wouldn't have to make up things like beer bug or the thing that shouldn't be named or the here here from Children of the Corn, the one that walks behind the rose or whatever. They wouldn't have to make something up. I don't know why they make it so difficult for themselves, because if you just translate it, you get another word and you don't have to use corona and everybody understands it because it's named corona because it looks with the spikes like a
I think
crow.
they're trying to be more dramatic.
Yeah, I think they're just stupid, really, because it's not it's not written. If they say, yeah, but this is the original name, no, it's not, because the other corona viruses whatsoever, they were called bird flu or swine flu or here what, SARS-CoV or whatever. They've different names. It's not they just use the name that sounds most dramatic.
Yeah,
It's
Corona
not,
beer is Mexican beer.
okay, Mexican. Oh, so sorry that I confused it with Spanish. But as I said, if you translate it, just you have your word. You don't have to use the thing that shouldn't be named or whatever.
Hey, what do you think about the my last video, the rumor on the retcon of Star Wars? I mean, we've had Midnight's Edge, Andre and whatnot coming out and confirming it. We've had Stephanie and Craig and just a host of people. And you know, if it's not true, there sure is a lot of interest in it happening. I think the fact that so many people are buzzing about Star Wars when it was basically dead means that I think Disney's watching. They may have put this out as a kind of test thing to see what the reaction is, and if that's the case, they certainly got a reaction.
Yes, and also they are with their back at the wall. There is no other way to go because they clearly can't continue this Palpatine saga. It's over. There's no story to anymore.
No, they did it. That's it.
Yeah, and also nobody's
From a narrative standpoint, they're at a dead end.
risk a part 10 or something like that in this storyline, then they would risk to get less than $1 billion with their movie. Oh, he's reloading. Are you still hearing me, Greg?
Yeah, I'm still here, I think.
Okay. Yeah, because he was reloading here, and I thought, oh my God, we lost the stream.
It wasn't me. Let me look.
No, as I said, I think they are with their backs on the wall. There's no way they can go from here. The only way is retconning, kind of, and the smartest thing to do that would be like you said in your video, even the one that before that, even with the veil thing, or what you call it. It is still going to suck. That's for sure. But if they want to do something, I don't see any other option.
I think they've got to at least try it. At least Mandalorian was watchable. I think they'll take something like an Obi-Wan series or Mandalorian, and they'll work it up. And can you imagine if they end up having the end of the series, the last episode or two, bringing back Mark Hamill as the real Luke Skywalker? that and the other one is just seen as like, oh, that was a legend, or however they're going to frame it. If they were to do that and do him right, give him a great part, it would be great if you had Han or somebody else with him. But I think they're just going to focus on him because so many people are so pissed off about how Luke was treated, and it would get rid of hyperspace ramming. It would get rid of all these other things. Not get rid of them, but move them over into this ridiculous freaking corner where we never have to think of them again, which is what I've already done. I don't recognize it.
Yes, and you know my reviews on it. I for sure don't recognize it. For sure. I don't even call them Star Wars. They get all from me creative names, but I never say that they are Star Wars in my videos. Never, not one time. So yeah, this. I
just think it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Doomcock was right on a lot of the stuff that went on with the movie, and we're getting even more confirmation from that. And it's not just him. We've got Midnight's Edge and other people I know, and even my brother came to me with this very thing before Doomcock made his video. So I don't know. I'm not going to dwell on it. There's not really much to say other than I think they like you say. I don't know what else they can do. They've got to make some series, and they could bring them back. And we're not going to get back most of the people, but they don't know that, and they've got to at least try. And if they were to do some amazing freaking series and then follow it up, not with a trilogy, but just one good freaking movie that sets things right as best they can, yeah, that would help a lot. They're not going to heal all the wounds. You can't erase this crap they put in our minds, but get rid of KK and make good fucking movies, and don't worry about it, and things will eventually turn around. It'll take a decade, really, to bring back people back.
Greg, did you hear about this planned celebration day? The big channels talked about that here, Gary from Netrotic, for example, where they want to make a 24-hour stream on the day when Catherine Kennedy finally gets the boot. And
no, I didn't hear about that. That sounds awesome.
Yes, I've heard that, and I thought, oh my God, this is so great. I'm going to join that. They want to stream 24 hours, and
Jez wants in. We done set him off with Star Wars talk.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he
That's
didn't.
one way to shut us up. Come on in, man.
He didn't make any noise. Did you hear anything when he came?
Yeah, he's saying, "Let me in, fucko."
Yeah,
I think he means you.
Well, of course, Greg. I would naturally. I mean, Cub. When I say
no,
and there he is.
Normally, it makes a noise when somebody wants to come in. I just put it that it doesn't make a noise when a Brit tries to come
that's a lie. You're making all that up.
No. It's set up to give me a noise when somebody wants to come in. Oh, but I just put out the Brits. If a British guy wants to come in, of course, it stays silent. So
welcome.
I had a tap on the shoulder from the gods of comedy saying, "Please go help that podcast. It's fucking dying."
Thanks, man.
Hey, no, you are really God sent, because
Anyway, how's it going, Cub? How's it going, Greg?
It's going good. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
And what have you been up to lately?
Hey, I want to go to the bathroom.
I'm really fucking busy at the moment, man.
And you can talk
a lot of shit to deal with.
Right.
Sorry, what was that, Cub? Say again.
I want to go to the bathroom. Bye.
Yeah, I'm glad you made that announcement. That was worth interrupting, everybody, Cub. Keep us posted on your bodily functions.
He's been sitting there cross-legged, hopping up and down like a cartoon for the past 2.5 hours. Oh, dear. Oh, Star Wars, eh? Oh,
yeah, well, I'm basically done. I think they're going to do something about it. I had a request from people, my original subs, wanted to hear what I have to think about it. I haven't done any Star Wars videos in 2 years, so I finally did, and they seemed happy. And I hadn't had. I'm a positive guy. I hadn't had anything positive to say, and I think the fucking bitch, ding dong, the witch is dead. I think Kathleen Kennedy is going, and
no doubt about it. No doubt.
And it looks like we're going to get more Mandalorian. That's going to be quality, and I would love to see them slip in some kind of retcon. I hate retcon, but I mean, put in something that just destroys that stupid frickin' trilogy. You know what I mean? Make it like it never was.
Yeah. Well, that trilogy doesn't even exist to me, man.
You're right. I don't recognize it.
We're at that age where we went to see the fucking movie when it come out. You know what I mean? That shit was my entire fucking childhood. That shit from the moment you play with toys to the moment you stop playing with toys and finger banging the chick behind the youth club. You know what I mean?
Right.
That was my entire fucking childhood.
Oh my God, we have dirty words in the stream,
and we know who. We know who in the fuck Luke was and Han was, and that ain't them.
No, the stream is getting British. I think. Dirtier with every second.
Well, you know me. I always come prepared with a barrel load of fucks.
Excellent. Too fucking right.
Indeed, sir.
It's nice to have Jess here because Jess and I have planned out a stream last Sunday where we wanted to talk about one particular movie.
Yeah, I think you've already covered that earlier, though, Gub. So,
did you? What movie was it?
Logan's Run.
Oh, he barely touched on that.
Well, I haven't seen it for a while myself. It's one of them films, I think, Greg, could really do with a remake, but only like the special effects. They should. I heard what you were saying about the ending, but the ending is a little weak. I will go with you on that. But
it was just when they find him and it's all cats and stuff. I thought that really detracted it. It like kind of made a mockery of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, other than that, the old man, the fall of the city. I mean, I'm not taking away from that. I just felt like they kind of slapped it together there.
Yeah, I don't know the whole story behind the production, so I don't know if the ending was like sort of rushed. It's like, shit, we've got to end this fucker. We've got the first and second act are fucking brilliant, but we've got no way of closing it. So
right, that was kind of what I had read and heard, was that the screenplay was rushed. They wanted it quickly, and they had a good idea, they had a good story, but they didn't flesh it out like they should have for the ending. They just rushed it, and I don't know. And that's kind of how the movie feels too. It flows along, it's perfect, it's good, and then it just ends without a satisfactory ending for me.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Greg. The ending is a little weak. You know what I mean? I think it should have had like a THX ending.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That would have made it more where they were.
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Where they were.
You spent the whole movie on that quest to find it, and it was just disappointing.
Yeah. I thought the ending was a little weak. It is the letdown in the movie. You're absolutely right there, Greg. But I think it's one of them movies which could do with a remake, but they've got to keep everything the same. Maybe just switch up that ending a little bit. And like I say, give it that they're free. Just give it that THX ending. You know what I mean?
I think they should have maybe investigated a little more where they have like the free society and everybody's he's picking out the girl, from, I guess she shows up on the hologram or I don't know what they call it. But they barely touched on that, but I thought that was a little bit fascinating, Dude,
can you remember the TV show?
Yeah, I've got it on DVD.
Holy shit, you have, man. I have been looking for that for years. All I have got is barely watchable copies.
Oh, if I can figure out how to zip it or whatever you call it, I'll send it to you. I don't know how to do that kind of stuff.
Don't worry about it, dude.
Oh, I've got it. and it's probably not that hard. But I'm telling you, I've got the whole. It's only like 13 episodes or something. But I bought it. I know it's sitting in there somewhere.
Yeah, it only ran for one season. Got axed. Yeah, I think you're right. 13 episodes. Yeah. But fucking hell, which was basically a drawn out version of the movie. What I can remember about the show.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it could do with a new version. But I think of Logan's Run along the same lines as I think of the original Battlestar Galactica, the first 3 episodes, mini movie or whatever you want to call it. Like, fucking just stick to virtually the same script, but just update the special effects a little bit. You know what I mean? That's what
I do know.
That's what I think Logan's Run deserves. Don't change the script. Keep it the fuck.
Oh, I think it would be awesome. Sandman and stuff.
Yeah, but just update the effects a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, you'd have to update the effects. But for its day, the special effects were pretty awesome.
Dude, definitely, man. I can remember seeing that fucking movie in the flicks. Excellent. Back then, because I mean, you were used to like miniatures and things like that. It was a standard affair in movies back then. So it didn't
exactly
seem out of place. I mean, you watch it now and it's like, okay, now that miniature's a bit dodgy, which is what I'm saying. Where just update the effects. Let's go one further. Let's not bother with a remake. Let's do a tasteful, like special edition version.
Yeah, like they did with Star Trek, where you just update the effects.
Yeah, like they did with.
Have you seen the old shows where they take and they keep all the original everything, but only the effects, and they're only as long as they were, and it's very well done.
Yeah, like they did in the original series and stuff like that. Yeah, and I believe in the Blu-ray release of Next Generation and stuff. Yeah, that's what you need. Just a little tweak. Just update it a little touch. And that's what they should do with Battlestar Galactica, man. Just update that.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Can you imagine that updated version of the Cylon invasion where they're invading the colonies and all the Battlestars are getting blown up?
Yeah, I can.
Holy fuck. I mean, I know they did it in the remake, but it didn't have the same feel as the old TV show. Do you know what I mean? It was a completely different.
No, I do know. Aren't they talking about making a new one?
Oh yeah, because what's her name? Trisha.
I mean, a new one that's like the old one.
Yeah. Because Trisha Helfer, who was 6 in the remake. I saw her bitching and fucking moaning about that she's not going to be involved. Nobody give her a phone call. Well, yeah, because we're not making the Ronald D. Moore Battlestar Galactica. This is a remake of the old shit, you know what I mean? So, fuck you, 6.
Did Cub disappear?
I'm sure he's probably just getting a beer or eating a tomato or something like that.
I mean, he's no longer on the screen.
Oh. In all fairness, it was probably that boring. He probably got kicked out of his own stream.
That would be hilarious. I've never ran one of these streams. I don't know how it works, but it's pretty funny.
I'm sure he'll be back. He will be back momentarily.
I was listening to you. I wasn't even looking up, but I was like, man, Cub's also silent. I've never heard him be that silent for that long.
Yeah, fucking hell. And there's no way he was struck by lightning because the chances are whatever. So, yeah. I'm going to have to go grab a beer, Greg. So I will be back in 2 shakes.
Okay. Okay, well, welcome to Cubs Corner with Oiler Greg and Jez. And no Cub, apparently. We're not sure what happened to Cub. He went out on a routine mission, a routine expedition, if you prefer.
Maybe.
And then the greatest earthquake ever known sent him off to the land of the lost, apparently with Sleestack and God knows what else.
Oh, my God. Maybe.
Did you see Cub among Sleestack? I think they would instantly recognize him as their leader.
Oh dear. I dread to think what's happened to him. Surely he's only gone get a drink. Where's he gone for this fucking ice? Fucking hell.
Does he actually have to disconnect while he's walking around? Maybe.
No, I don't know what the fuck's happened.
Does
to
he
him.
even have the skills to reconnect?
I'm sure he'll figure it out.
You know, you might have to talking through it, like Spock had to talk Bones into, reconnecting his brain.
Oh shit, yeah, man.
Is the foot moving, Cub?
He's sitting there now going, fucking stupid computer. No, I bet you I know what it is. Because he was saying the other day that he's been having problems with his computer. I bet his fucking computer's just packed in and he's got to restart his computer.
That's possible.
I reckon that's what it is.
It's the M5 computer, so.
The thing is, though, right, he had to format his computer and put Windows back on again.
Oh, my God.
Right.
Windows 95, right?
Well, I should imagine Windows 7 with Cub. But anyway, regardless of the operating system, I can imagine that he'd fuck something up when he'd put it back on. And now, every now and then, he's just getting a blue screen and it's just clocking him off.
I bet he's cursing in German, huh?
Because he's not the most tech-savvy person in the fucking world, man. It took him 3 months to figure out how to upload a video to BitChute.
Right?
And the amount of times we used to have to explain to me and bollocks over and over again how to use Discord and fucking OBS and all that. And he still couldn't get it. That's why he's using StreamTards.
Sweet. I think you've hit on probably what's happening.
Yeah.
So what should he do?
He's probably booting up his computer again.
Oh, he can't even hear us. He's only got the computer, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Not like he can listen on the phone and fire up his computer.
No,
You think he's talking to it, picking up the mouse like Scotty? Computer. I can't do a German accent. Hell, I can't do a Scottish accent either, as y'all found out.
I can't do accents. I try, but I just fucking fail miserably. Every time I try to do a Dutch accent, it ends up sounding like Sean Connery. It's a fucking nightmare. The only accents I can do is a white man doing that accent, and in today's political climate.
Oh, man. Doesn't go over so good, huh?
There you go. He's back. He's rebooted his computer.
Oh my God! You were still here? I thought I thought we got a shutdown completely on the internet for phase 2 of this Corona scam.
Oh, hey up, dude. Hey up.
Oh yeah, we're still here, Cub.
Echo.
Yeah. Yeah. So sorry.
We were talking. You wanted to talk about
Hey, all Cub. We had 35 viewers and it's gone back down to 7 now.
Yeah, I know. And when I'm not on the stream is boring and uninteresting. Yeah, every stream needs at least one German guy that it's kind of interesting or something like that.
Yeah.
Did you have something to say about Logan's run, Cub? You were about to when you got cut off.
Yes, Logan's run is, as I said, Jess and I wanted to do a stream about that exclusively last Sunday, and but we hadn't the time. So, but Jess is here now, so maybe we can talk now a little bit about it.
No, fuck that, dude. I'm not having a proper conversation about a movie I haven't seen for fucking God knows how many years.
Oh, okay. I still haven't rewatched it myself.
Yeah, but the way you can remember all this shit, Gub, you've got to remember, I've had a lot of mileage on my years. Do you know what I mean? And my memory ain't too fucking good.
Hey, I can tell you something. I already told it to Greg. Logan's Run was planned to be a part of my Brave New World review about this Huxley book, and which is which was is often mentioned when it comes to 1984.
Yeah.
And the Brave New World review, of course, is the Demolition Man review, because Demolition Man is the world which Huxley describes in his book. And I want
fucking Dennis Leary, the joke stealing fucking son of a bitch. I hate that cunt.
Yes, and I wanted to include also Logan's Run into that review, because the world that is described in Logan's Run is also a kind of the same world like in Demolition Man, and the same world like in the
But you could say that about all like society which is oppressed or whatever, blah blah blah, or underground through nuclear times or anything, and then struggling to break away from that, and then finally finding freedom in a brave new world.
No, it's not that, because you are describing the 1984 society. Brave New World and Demolition Man is the society that is kind of happy. Not happy, but it's not. They are not constantly under pressure, because they don't know it.
Apparently, the best rap big is underground. So who am I to argue?
Yeah, but most people in the society of Demolition Man are not feeling unhappy, or are not feeling suppressed or oppressed, or what you call it. They are kind of okay with the society they're living in, because they have something to eat. There's no, they are not poor or whatever. Everybody is nice to each other, kind of, because he has to. But it comes off like they're cool with that, or not? Or don't you think so? Okay, there are the people in the underground, but these are the outsider and the people who live in the normal society don't understand them. They think, oh, why do they fight for? What do they mean? What are they fighting for? We have everything. We have food if we want to. We can do what we want. So where's the problem?
Yeah, until you reach a certain fucking age in Logan's Run, and then you're fucked.
Yes, and Logan's Run is also not here on the first look. It's not a suppressed society. In this society, everybody kind of is free to do what he wants to do. The only rule they have is they aren't allowed to finish to become older than 30. That's all. But if you are born with the knowledge that your life is just 30 years, it's not the same thing like if you are born with the knowledge that you can become 100 if you have luck, but also you can die before that. But it's a different thing. Because the people in the society of Logan's Run don't know it better. Also, they don't know that they get killed, because they are told that that this ritual they are doing, where they get killed, is in fact a transformation, or what you call it. They think that they transform, they are reborn after that. If you can remember.
Yeah. But really, they're sent to the fucking death, aren't they?
Yes, but they don't know that. The society itself, of course, the people who are rebelling against the society, the runners, for example, they kind of expect that they get killed, and there is no reborn, or what are they calling it in the movie? They have a name for it, something like I don't know it better. I call it reborn, but you know what I mean. I'm talking about the society itself. It's not this 1984 society where they are all constantly under pressure, and many people are living just in fear and things like that. It's a different form of society. That's the reason why I wanted to include that in the Brave New World one. Because
renew, Cub, renew. They would chant renew, renewal.
Yeah. Right here, then, Cub. me and Greg were on about this where you were on your fucking timeout.
Matter of fact, me and Jez basically lived like we were in Logan's Run, doing anything we wanted up until we were 30. I assumed a Sandman would come and take me out, and here I am.
I believe I'm already in hell right now for my past sins. So
No, but it's interesting. When I discovered that Logan's Run
right, all right then, Cub. This is it. Getting back to the point where me and Greg were discussing the Brave New World thing, blah blah blah. You could also see THX 1138 in that vein.
Yes, and I'm doing
Because
that.
they're a society which is fed, domicide, rules, blah blah blah.
Yes,
and then X finally gets out at the end. You know what I mean?
yes, Jess, it is a part of Brave New World. THX.
Yeah.
11,
Of course, it could be.
Yeah, is a part of this review because, as you said, it's. I separate the societies by if people like to be there or if they don't like to be there. And in 1984, clearly, most of the people in 1984 don't like to be there. They're living in constant fear.
Yep.
And,
an oppressive society. Yeah.
Yes, and in Brave New World and these kind of societies, also Demolition Man, also THX, and also Logan's Run, the society is not really. Most of them are not unhappy. Okay, many of them are also not happy, but they are not constantly.
They're content. They're content. That's what it is. You know what I mean? They don't want to ruffle the feathers. They're content with what they've got.
Yes, and but the reason why I'm separated the Logan's Run one is when I made my research on it, I discovered there was also a television series 1 year later. Logan's Run.
Yeah. 13 episodes. We discussed that while you were away as well.
I've got it on DVD. I might be able to send y'all copies at some point.
Oh, very cool. I found it on YouTube.
But there you go. Cub can shoot you copies. He's more competent.
Yeah, and I'm really curious about it because I have never heard about it. It will be the first time.
It's basically they had grand concepts, man, for the TV show, but it ended up getting axed after 13 episodes, and it's basically just the movie drawn out.
Yeah.
What I can remember about the first few episodes definitely was just the movie.
Yeah, I watched a few minutes of it, and it comes off like as you said. But what really surprises me, the real reason why I had to pull it out of the review and make a review on its own was the 3 books it is based on.
I was aware of the one novel. I didn't know there was 3.
You know, there was a Planet of the Apes series too. It's very short.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, with fucking John Kalikos in.
Yes.
Played the Guerrilla General, man. Fucking Baltar from Battlestar.
Baltar. I always called him Calicos. Do you pronounce it differently?
Well, Calicos.
Well, I never heard it pronounced. So you kind of have it in your own mind.
Yeah, exactly. But you know who I'm on about. And he was the.
I know exactly who you mean.
Yeah, he was the gorilla guy in the Apes TV show, wasn't he?
I'm not sure. That'd be really cool if he was.
Mark Leonard was in it as well, wasn't he? The TV show. Or am I thinking Mark Leonard was the gorilla guy? I know Mark Leonard was also in the TV show.
I remember Mark Leonard. I'm not sure of Baltar.
Yeah, I could be getting me wires crossed, maybe.
Yeah, going back to the books for Logan's Run. The thing is, Logan's Run is it's called the Logan series, and it contains 3 books. Which the first one, it's from 1967. The first one,
right?
And the second one is from 1977, and the third one from
right. Let me stop you there then. So clearly, the fucking books, the sequel books, were written after the movie, like the Blade Runner sequel books.
Yes.
You know the best thing about the 1977 book? It had the fold-out centerfold of nude Farrah Fawcett.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
dude.
hey, but the thing
Hey,
is,
which kid in the 70s didn't have that standard Farrah Fawcett
hey,
poster
You remember Farrah Fawcett was in it, right?
with the nipples?
hey,
That classic poster. Oh,
the,
dear.
the thing with these books
Excuse me, I'll be
is,
back in a moment.
Or Raquel Welch in her Cave Girl.
hey, the thing is with these books, they are from the same author. It's not like in the Blade Runner series,
Well,
because
yeah, man, he's got to jump on that shit. Of course
because
he is. Holy
hey,
shit, man, it's a movie. I better churn
hey,
a couple of sequels out right quick.
first off, the books are called Logan's Run. The first one, of course, the second one, Logan's World, and the third one, Logan's Search. And they're from the same author, William F. Nolan, I think.
Yeah, I dare say them sequel books were probably knocked up quicker than the screenplay after the movie hit.
Yeah, but the thing is, the story in the book is different from the story in the movie. So
I've
in the
never read
book,
it, dude.
yeah, I also haven't read it till now because I got my hands on them yesterday or something like that. So
Where the fuck did you get them 3 books from?
from the internet, here I just searched it till.
Oh, fucking, I'm with you. I thought you'd actually sent off for the paperback novels or something.
No, I can't afford to pay for anything. You know that. I'm German. We are poor people. There's just one rich German guy who's walking around here, the one that found.
Oh, dude, maybe have you thought you're just not blowing enough guys behind the dumpster?
Yeah, no.
Fuck
As,
me. Jokes
Hey.
just really do. Jokes fall flat on this channel, don't they?
hey, I'm not the rich German director. The rich one is the Uwe Boll one.
Well, you're
who
not
found-
going to be if you don't swallow.
Yeah, who found, he was the one who found this gold here. What magic sometimes is talking about.
Yes, yes, yes. As the jealousy creeps in of a fellow German filmmaker.
Yeah, but I read a little bit here into the novel, and what I've read is that it's in the novel it's 21, not 30, the age of when people die, and also Logan is not going on his mission in the novel. He is turning 21, and he wants to escape, and that's when his journey starts. It's not
Yeah,
because
well, that's pretty much the same premise in the movie, except for they altered the age.
yeah, but no, but in the
Still the
movie,
same premise in the movie.
yeah, no. If you remember, in the movie, he gets the mission to find the secret hideout from the runners, and then the computer or master computer or whatsoever deletes his years that are left, so that his thing that blinks, so that so that the color changes of his the thing that blinks, and so he can pretend that he is already 30, even if he is 25, I think, in the movie, his real age.
I can't remember.
Yeah, something like that. He had some years left, and they told him, yeah, but you get your years back when you fulfill your mission.
Hang on, didn't they fuck him over in the movie? I can't remember. Didn't they fuck Michael York's character over? He all of a sudden got the fucking blinking thing. I could be wrong, Cub. I can't remember. Did somebody higher up like fuck him over?
No. Yes and no at the same time, because we don't know if the master computer whatsoever wants to fuck him over, because he deletes the years he has left, that he can pretend that he just has a week to live or something like that, and then he has to go to the ritual, so he can pretend that he's one of the runners. But since he never comes back to get his years back, to say I have fulfilled my mission and where are my years, we don't know that. So maybe it was planned from the get-go that he has to die anyway. I don't know, and I have to see if the novel gives here some hints. As I said, still haven't read it, and it seems really like a complete different story. So,
but remember, when they take the years away, he specifically asks, "I'll get these back. I'll get these back," and they don't answer, and that is the answer. He's not getting them back.
No, they answer. They say yes. Of course they answer. He would never have left if they wouldn't have answered. Because he starts the mission as somebody who really wants to find here the secret hideout. And he starts here. Jess, you have also seen the movie. He starts to sympathize with them. I
believe they answer by telling him, to go do the mission. I don't remember them answering in affirmative that he would get those years back. So I think you're wrong again. That's 3 times. Nomad would definitely sterilize.
No, he becomes sympathetic with the resistance when he discovers when he's outside of the dome or not.
Yes, well, that's true. But I mean, when he had the conversation about getting his years back, they didn't tell him, yes, you're definitely going to get these years back. They just ordered him to complete the mission.
No, I'm pretty sure they told him that he gets his years back because he asked directly.
Maybe in the German dub.
Hang on, no, that's ringing a bell even with me, Greg. I thought they didn't sort of make him some bullshit promise.
Yes,
something or other.
Yeah, I can remember.
That's ringing a bell.
It's been a long time since I've seen it. I would have to watch that again. Maybe I just didn't believe him. I'm not as trusting as Cub.
Same here. I haven't watched that movie for fucking years, but I think he was led on some bullshit fucking promise that if he found some guy, some runner or something or summit.
And I remember him asking, and I remember them avoiding the question and telling him to complete it.
Was it?
But I'm not sure. Like you say, Cub's the one who's got the ironclad memory. Me and Jez were partying.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and
we were living. That's what I'm saying. We were living Logan's Run. We never thought we'd get past 30. Did you, Jez?
Not at all, dude. I can remember being in fucking high school and going, 21, man. I'm going to die the 21 fucking death at most. Yeah. Fucking hell. There's no way I'm going to live until my 30s.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't think 25. 25 was the outside.
Dude, when I was a teenager, I didn't even think I'll hit me fucking 20s. I was hitting it that hard. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was running the streets and having fun, and when I wasn't doing that, I was out shark fishing, and my boat almost sank and all kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah, I was courting it, Yeah, but I was having fun. I was living on the edge. You never live so much as when you're on the edge of death.
That's what it's.
Maybe that's why I picked the jobs I did.
That's what it's all about until you realize one morning you're in your fucking 40s and late and whatever, and you get up and you sound like a fucking transformer going clunk, click, 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 crack, crack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I earned all those scars, man. I had a hell of a lot of fun getting here. I should not have survived. Everybody around me went down like porkins, blowing up, but not me. For some reason, the most dangerous picking one, still here, man. Me and Jez, we're hard to kill. Like Terminators.
Gotta be fucking done, dude. I won't get into details, but I was fucking dying one day around this fucking guy's house. And if it wasn't for my mate smacking me fucking back and getting this gas out of me fucking lungs, I was fucking purple, fucking. And my mate had the fucking sense just start twatting me on the back, man. and I just kept beeping up all this fucking gas and everything. Yeah, it's,
Yeah, right?
More than once, dude.
No, I've been there. I know exactly what you mean.
A fucking hot dog of all things. I was pissed as a fuck.
You sucked on a hot dog and it choked you. Oh my God. I've been so close to that. Man.
Not the dog, the bread bun. A piece of
right.
bread bun got stuck in my fucking throat. I'm outside a nightclub going purple. Fucking everybody's laughing at me and everything.
No shit. I've knocked stuff out of my buddy, when they're choking like that. And it's serious.
Hey, everybody knows.
And everybody's freaking high, so it doesn't seem serious.
That's what I mean. All my mates at the time, we were all off of boxes, stoned as fuck, maybe tripping, because it was them days. I've got this fucking bun stuck in my throat, and all my mates are just rolling on the floor laughing.
Hey, wait a second.
I would have done the same thing.
Didn't you see the Treehouse of Horror episodes? Everybody knows that broccoli is the most dangerous thing out there.
That's true. Treehouse of Horrors. Yeah. I think the Treehouse of Horrors were the best of the Simpsons.
Definitely its finest moments. Yeah.
Yeah, where he choked on the broccoli and the broccoli killed him, and then when he went to the doctor told him the doctor told the Marge, yeah, didn't you know that broccoli is the deadliest fruit out there? And then the ghost
it so is that and hot dog buns, huh, Jez?
Fucking damn right, man.
Yes, and then the ghost also chokes on the broccoli, and he dies a second time.
Yeah, fucking hell, man. I took this fucking speed once as well, which was fucking high grade rocket fuel. The guy he had it off was the guy who fucking made it. And they know what I was like back then. And it come with a warning. You get, Jez, this. Don't have this speed like you normally have your fucking speed. Just don't do it all. This shit is fucking rocket fuel. And me being me, had a few fucking beers, got hammered. Thought, right, time for a little bit of speed. Fucking just came the old fucking gram. Fucking out. I was out cold for 4.5
minutes. The whole gram?
Yeah. I was out cold for 4.5 minutes. Come round in the back of an ambulance. They couldn't wake me up for 4.5 minutes. I was unconscious. and I fell flat on my face. I was going to see the Chemical Brothers in Birmingham fucking years ago. I was going to see the Chemical Brothers, and all I can remember is like walking up, seeing the line outside the venue, and then that was it. I come round in an ambulance, and they goes, "Fuck me, dude, you've been unconscious for 4.5 minutes." They want to take me to the local hospital, and I'm in a fucking different town. You know what I mean? And I've got a ticket for the Chemical Brothers, and I'm whizzing at this point, really speeding. So fucking no way. I'm covered.
Did you go to your concert?
Yeah, fucking
of course.
And I was covered in blood as well. Right, I had a big ducker in one side of my face where it scraped the pavement. Was all covered in fucking blood because I hit.
Oh my God!
Face down. I just went bang. Face down into the fucking sidewalk, you know what I mean?
You would have been a lot of fun to hang out with.
Fucking hell, man. I was covered in blood, and because I was speeding, my eyes were like saucers. I looked like a right psycho, and here I am at this.
I bet you did.
Here I am at this Chemical Brothers gig. We're all dancing, we're all off the faces, and I'm just look like a complete psycho with eyes like saucers. Covered in blood.
That's awesome, man.
You know what I mean? You take this fucking shit as it comes, don't you? Especially in your younger days, you can handle it.
You made your best of it. It's what you did. You didn't let it stop you from getting to the concert, did you?
No, the ambulance people wanted to take me to the hospital. Like,
yeah, fuck them.
You've got serious concussion. They kept asking me name, and I just kept saying, I've got to go see the Chemical Brothers. That's all I kept saying, apparently. You know what I mean?
That showed that you didn't have any concussion?
Oh, I did. Fucking hell, man. I kept asking my mate, Shuka, hey, how did we get here every 5 minutes? I had serious concussion, man.
That was probably just the drugs, man. You didn't take anything to counterbalance all that speed?
Well, later when I got in the following day.
Yeah, there you go. You got to have balance and counterbalance, man.
Yeah. Sleeping tablets and a few heavy bongs.
Right? And some alcohol.
Oh, damn right, yeah. Yeah, a day later when I was finally fucking coming down, I looked at myself in the mirror and thought, yeah, that was a fun night.
I don't think Cub has any idea. Have you done stuff like this, Cub?
What? Of course not. In Germany, we
Oh, there you go.
don't do this shit.
It's just normal life in a big city or wherever the hell y'all are from. What city were you from back then, Jazz?
Dude, I live in a small little town, really. Always have done. I've always lived in this town. But I went to one of the big cities, Birmingham, to go see the Chemical Brothers.
Okay, so Burn. I got a buzz.
Yeah,
Birmingham.
Yeah, you've got one of them too, I believe.
I just started drinking some whiskey.
Yeah, it's about 60 miles away from me. But yeah, I went to see the Chemical Brothers there back in the 90s, and yeah, that whole thing happened.
See, you get to go to all these other cool little towns and stuff. Everything happened to me. I was in one big city, unless I ran down to Galveston or something like that, to go out on the boat.
In all fairness, man, some of the most kick-ass comedy clubs and some of the greatest venues, especially in the 80s, were in Houston. So
That's true.
It's
an awesome city.
Is the Laugh Factory still in Houston?
Yeah, I believe so. It was the last time I checked.
Nice.
It's like 600 square miles here, so we're a huge 5 or 6 million people, not counting the illegals.
Yeah.
God, we don't know how many's here, but it's a lot.
Yeah, get rid of the Mexicans and the state will be half the size.
Hey, this was Mexico. They made the mistake of letting some white people come across the border. That shows you what immigration can do.
Well, that's it. Well, they did the same thing with fucking Los Angeles, didn't they? You know what I mean?
Hey, Texas won the revolution. We fought them later and made them throw California and whatnot in the deal.
Dude, I've always...
But nothing would have happened without Texas kicking their butt by ourselves. Nobody to help. I'll tell you one time how the Texas Navy got started.
Go on.
We had the Texas Rangers. There were 3 Mexican supply ships that came in to supply the army, and we tricked them with fake stuff, and we went out to each ship on little boats, and we took them all over, and that became the Texas Navy. Woo!
There you go. Yeah, man. Well, it's the way it is, isn't it?
It's exactly how it is. When they had a riot, the famous story, the town had a riot and they sent to the governor for the Rangers, and they sent one Ranger, and he got there and they said, well, there's only one of you. He said, we only got one riot. True story, supposedly.
No, I love the idea of Texas. If I ever come to the States, it's definitely a place I've got to visit. Because I love
you got to come see us, man.
I just love the idea of Texas. You know what I mean? And because I grew up on fucking all my first American comics. Fucking, you know what I mean? Fucking Kinnison and shit like that. And the stories they used to tell about Texas and fucking hell, you know what I mean?
Hey, I grew up watching like UFO and Space 1999 and all these cool English sci-fi shows and stuff. So to me, England was cool too. And Germany, is cool in its own way. A little different, but cool.
Yeah.
Hey, at least we didn't. At least we
nice, but when you look
I don't have any examples of how they're cool, but I'm sure they are.
The thing is, though, you look at Germany's history books and it skips 1938 to 1945 for some reason. That whole section.
Do they?
Missing.
Hey, at least we didn't make out of our most famous and best property a woman here, like Doctor Who on the stupid island.
You can't blame the Brits for what's going on with all of sci-fi. They took over Star Trek. They took over Who. They took over frickin' Star Wars. I see it as this little rumor of retcon. I see it as the opening barrage, and we're about to go over the edge and It'll be like the Germans in World War One. Sorry, Cub, but over there, send the word over there, because the Huns are running, the Yanks are coming, and we're gonna drive them out of all of our freaking series: Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who.
Greg, if you think Star Wars or Star Trek is fucked, Doctor Who got it worse than both. Because
but they're getting terrible ratings.
Doctor Who's been shit for years anyway, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but
you're right. I don't give a fuck, but at the same point, that's part of the enemy salient. You know what I mean? We're gonna overrun them just like we overrun Trek and Star Wars. We're gonna make them throw Doctor Who in there because the Brits aren't watching it, the Americans aren't watching it. It's shit. And it's obviously shit. The only reason they're still going is because HBO Max has offered them money, and they offered them on what Doctor Who used to be.
Right, let me tell you where it all started. It was all about a TV movie in the 90s with one of the McGann brothers and Eric Roberts. And this is where the partnership started, and this is where a handshake deal and later became BBC America. This is where it all started, with that shitty fucking TV movie in the 90s. Because Doctor Who was so bad it got fucking axed in the 80s. Nobody was watching it. Nobody gave a fuck. It got axed. Then in the 90s, fucking America was after, like, what can we do? British properties. Because at the time in the 90s, I can't remember what network, cable, whatever channel, whatever the fuck, was showing reruns of Doctor Who, and it was very popular in the 90s in America. So that's when the partnership started, and that's when they made that movie together, all financed by the Americans, all financed by BBC. And then that's when they come out with that shitty TV movie. And since that day, that's where it all fucking started.
Yeah, but it really started 10 years after that.
No, I just told you where it started, Gub. It started.
But the reboot was
the partnerships. Yeah, but fuck the 2000. I'm not on about that. I'm on about where the partnership with American money and British money got involved. Because Doctor Who, since the remake in 2005 with Eccleston Cub, has been financed by the Americans, co-financed by the Americans. Yeah, that's why they had distribution rights. BBC fucking America.
Yeah.
And it's all started with that fucking TV movie.
Yeah, and I like the new the new series here, the 2005 reboot. I really don't
mind. The first series
it.
was okay with Eccleston. It was okay. First series with Tennant was watchable. Then after that, fuck off.
No, I like Tennant. I also like here the follow-up of him.
Matt Smith was the worst Doctor we've ever had. Ever. Matt Smith was the worst Doctor, hands down, ever.
No, the worst one is, of course, the ones we got here lately.
Yeah, but I don't count that. That's not even fucking Doctor Who.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Capaldi was the best Doctor we had for fucking years. I wanted it. Talk about representation. I wanted a middle-aged man instead of kids being the Doctor again.
Yeah, but he didn't get
one. And we got a middle-aged man, and the scripts were fucking terrible.
Yeah,
the scripts were fucking awful.
Yeah,
they wasted a perfectly good Peter Capaldi, and they wasted him on terrible fucking scripts. Doctor Who was dead then.
I know.
It didn't just take this woman Doctor to ruin it. It was already fucking dead.
Yeah, and also it was not helpful to put him Clara on his side, because talking about women who ruined Doctor Who, she for sure was one of them.
Yeah, but all the writing stuff had changed. The showrunners had changed. You know what I mean? I don't like using these terms like woke and all this bullshit, but this is where it started. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know, and it's so sad to think about it, and also it's funny to see what they're trying to make another season of Doctor Who, but
who gives a fuck? Nobody's gonna watch it, man. It's gonna get axed like it did in the 80s. Nobody
Yes.
gave a fuck in the 80s. It got axed. Nobody gives a fuck now. It's gonna get axed. That's it.
Yeah.
This
Yes,
season, if they do this other season, Cub, it's the last one until a regeneration. Because they're gonna
Yes.
keep milking that fucking cow, mate. They're not gonna give it a break, which it deserves. Give it a break. Get it off the air for about 3 years. Let's get the house in order. Let's get a good showrunner. Let's get good writers behind it. Let's try bring Doctor Who back to the fun it used to be, a time traveling wacky adventure. You know what I mean? And until that day, it's still going to be shit.
Yes. I agree on that.
And as long as this cunt Chibnall's fucking the showrunner,
Oh
you're
my
fucked.
God.
You're
Yeah.
fucked. As long as that fucking buffoon is in charge, you're fucked.
Yes, I hope they get soon rid of him. And best he and Kathleen Kennedy and Jar Jar
Oh,
Abrams.
Kennedy's gone. Don't worry about Kennedy, man. Her contract, she signed a contract probably 2 years ago that she's up in 2022 or whatever. She's done. She's gone. She did the Iger. She did the Iger thing. Iger saw, at the end of the day, he's a businessman and a businessman first. He doesn't give a fuck about whatever Disney are putting out. He doesn't care. All he cares about is the zeros at the bottom line of that board meeting every month and if he's getting paid. And the moment he started getting less money, that's when he goes, I'm out. Iger went, fuck you, I'm out. My paychecks aren't as big as they were. Disney's sinking. See ya. I'm going into politics. Or whatever the fuck he's going to do. Who cares? And Kennedy knows this. Iger probably had fucking meetings with Kennedy going, look, under your leadership, you have sank a franchise which was guaranteed to print money. The biggest franchise in the fucking world. Guaranteed to print money. And in the space of fucking 7 years, you have sank it to a property nobody gives a fuck about the movies. Nobody gives a fuck about the toys. You've sank it. So Kathleen Kennedy graciously goes, right, I'll see the end of my contract, which is probably 2022.
2021.
And then 2021 then come. And then she's gone. She's just riding out the days. She's already signed that contract. She's gone.
Yes, we can't wait till she's gone, and that's the reason I'm pretty
What, do you
sure.
think the replacements are going to be any better?
It's the toys that are the main moneymaker between shows, and the fact that the one show that she didn't approve of, The Mandalorian, had the best-selling toy and Baby Yoda. That's what's going to kill her. She, along with her crappy, terrible management and firing all those directors. There's a lot of stuff she did, but toy sales is bottom line.
Let's put one rumor to straight. Fucking Kathleen Kennedy hated The Mandalorian. That is absolute bullshit, because it still would have had to go through her as head of Lucasfilm. She still would have had to sign off on it. All that she hates The Mandalorian is complete and utter fucking horseshit. She still signed it away. She had faith in Rabbit. Luke, she doesn't care. She's on her way out at this point. She just went, Favreau, Filoni, yeah, do what you fucking want. I don't care. I'm gone.
Well, it doesn't matter if she doesn't hate it. What matters is she wasn't behind it. Everything she does is turned to crap. The one project that she didn't have control over, she signed off on it because she signs off on everything, but all indications are she didn't have any control over this, and that's why it was good. Remember, it came out of the failed when Solo did so bad, they turned the Obi-Wan movie into this project, and they took it away from her. And it did really well, and that's going to be her undoing, along with a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, but
we're talking billions in lost toy sales.
Yeah, but right, I've been thinking about this a lot. Toy sales, toys as a whole, not just Star Wars brand, any brand of toy is down because, and I blame it on giving your kids phones and giving your kids tablets. Kids don't play anymore. Playing with toys, give it another 20 years, toys will be non-existent. Kids don't play anymore. This is a generational thing. I mean, nobody wants these Star Wars figures. Fair enough. Nobody's going to fucking buy them. Not even collectors. But the only people who are actually buying toys now are men in the 40s and 50s who are collectors of a certain genre. Toys are pretty much dead to a child. They don't.
Well, look, that's all true. But what they had was the number one toy sale to boys, to males, was Star Wars. And she took and turned it into all female, and they did away. It is not the number one or two or three or four among males, and that's all her. That's what she did. And yes, the all toy sales in general are slumping, and these kids are slumping. But the only ones who would buy the toys are the people who she pissed off.
You know what I mean? They can release all these figures they want, but what sells? Vader, Luke, Stormtroopers, Chewie, the droids, Han Solo. They're the characters what sell. You can pump that shit out all day and collectors will buy it. I don't know, release a black series.
Well, because no boy wants to play as a girl, as Rey or Holdo or something. Who wants to play as a character who suicided into a ship and was basically a bitch the whole time? Nobody. Or a girl. You know, boys don't want to play with girl toys.
Of course they don't. But you know what I mean? Me and you grew up with the old Kennedys. You know what I mean? We had Princess Leia. She was involved in our imagination stories on a daily basis when we were playing with them figures.
Oh yeah, she had her place, and it was an important place, but it wasn't the spot where the boys kind of pictured themselves as being the primary hero, or Han or Luke, or whoever.
Was always involved in your imagination when you were playing with them figures. Always.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? She was a part of the Star Wars fucking universe. But like you say, who the fuck's buying a Holdo figure? Who the fuck is buying a Holdo figure? Nobody. That's what I mean. Disney of a franchise which was printing money. It was a right to print money. They couldn't go wrong. But in
the only explanation is politics. The same thing they've done in Star Trek and Doctor Who. Yeah, I 2 years ago, I was like you. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't ever use the word woke and stuff. But oh my God, I mean, it's been so obvious now.
Well, it's because it's rammed in your fucking face.
Right?
You're like a puppy who's just pissed on the carpet for the first time, and you're getting your nose fucking rubbed in it. You know what I mean?
But you know what? We're not a puppy. We're like an old dog, and we're mad. They rubbed our face in it, and now we're going to bite them.
Exactly, mate. And we're going to bite them where it fucking hurts. Let's have a look at
these. Oh, yeah, and we ain't letting go. We're a Rottweiler.
Let's have a look at these fucking receipts. We'll let them where it's here. Let's have a look at the receipts.
I really think something positive is going to happen. I don't know when, but they're going to have to go another direction. Cub said it. They just can't go narratively. There's nowhere to go from this. Well, and if they were to retcon it and bring Luke back, people would be really happy, at least the old school people, and frack all the rest of them. They don't count. I don't care. I got as much sympathy for them as Darth Vader does for sand people.
No, fuck these fucking just little fucking millennial twats who go see the blockbuster of the week and then go on Twitter and say how offended they were. Fuck you. You're not in it for the long haul. You don't understand. We grew up with this shit. We're fucking old.
No shit. And we've been through some shit. They couldn't have survived 1 or 2 nights of what me and Jez survived.
Fucking hell, man. all three of us here. I mean, not you, Cub, because you never had toys. But me, you know what I mean? Can you remember when there was no Star Wars in the mid-80s? There was no Star Wars. It was done. There was no tickets to buy. There was nothing. It was all gone. Star Wars was gone.
16 years between movies.
Exactly. We can remember when there was nothing Star Wars. Except
there was books and stuff. Yeah. We kept it alive like we did Star Trek in the 70s.
Yeah, man.
It was on life support, but it was alive.
But these kids since the 90s, they've Star Wars has always been around since the
it's been handed to them.
Editions. You know what I mean?
I do. What do you think about it, Cub?
Yeah,
he never had toys though, or friends or anybody.
It was for me. I'm not really a Star Wars fan anymore since the prequels. Even since the special editions, I couldn't stand them, and so everything after that, of course, I
like the prequels.
Hate. So,
but prequels were okay.
But
Yeah.
the prequels are for
They're a
sure.
lot more fucking Star Wars than that shit they've churned out the past 3 movies,
Yes,
aren't they?
the prequels for sure look much better compared to the shit after that. So yeah, and
Exactly.
and
Exactamundo.
and
As the Fonz would say.
these franchises like Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who, the
Yeah.
next thing they have to do is rebooting them, because there is no other way to go. And if they use something like the Veil or whatever, it's like a reboot. It's a shared universe is just another word for reboot. So
Dude, I can remember that fucking episode because I watched that Rebel shit. I wasn't a huge fan, to tell you the truth. I thought it was, well, it just had Disney stamped all over it. You know what I mean?
yeah, I couldn't even stand the first episode. It was so bad.
Yeah, dude. As a matter of fact, though, the last couple of seasons were better than the first couple. It did actually get better. Don't watch the first season. It's fucking awful. It really is bad.
Yeah, as I said, I even couldn't even make it to the first episode. I gave
No,
up.
the whole first season, don't bother. And tell you the truth, probably most of the second season as well, don't bother.
Yeah.
It's only got interesting about halfway through.
Yeah,
Slightly interesting.
Hey, I'm not going to catch up on anything of
But
this.
no, on the whole, Cub, you're not missing anything. But I can remember this Veil bullshit because it was in an episode. I can remember it. Where it was all points and all Jedi and all Force users, every point in time, the past, the present, the future. I can remember all this shit. I can remember that crap from the fucking episode. And then when I saw the episode, I went, "What? Fuck off!" Do you know what I mean?
Yes. I think most people just want to believe that there is hope where there is
That's what it is. Fanboys clinging at it, and nobody should be clinging at the teat more than me, Cub, because I was 110% Star Wars. It was my entire childhood, man. I love them fucking movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Proper Star Wars movies.
Yes, but
And now they just like Rogue One. The only reason I know you don't like Rogue One, Cub, but the only reason we like Rogue One is because it's a fan film. It's just sucking the dick of fan service. Oh, Luke Star Destroyers, Death Star, talking Vader, X-Wings, TIE Fighters. Oh, no way, there's Wolvers, man. You know what I mean? It was just sucking the tit of fanboys. We know what it was.
Oh my God, Vader! The Vader scene alone was worth going to the movie.
Yeah, but I want to see the original cut.
And I'm a Tarkin fan.
I want to see the original cut, mate, where Vader was hardly fucking in it. I want to see the grittier Gareth Edwards cut. Everybody's all want to see these directors' cut. I want to see the Gareth Edwards cut of fucking Rogue One.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm all for it.
Disney fired his ass and made it more friendly and added all the Vader, because Vader wasn't really, he was in one scene in the original cut. One fucking scene. All that shit at the end, that was the new director in the way ordered to do that shit. Fuck that Vader scene at the end. Yeah, it's nice, but I don't give a fuck. I want to see the war, the gritty war film, what Gareth Edwards wanted to make. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I don't. I have seen enough Rogue One for my lifetime because I have to.
Dude, it's the best Disney movie.
Hey, I have to sit through it 2 times for the stupid review.
But it's a fan service movie, and it's by Clear.
Well, fan service or not, seeing Darth Vader cut through everybody in the raw power, there was more in that one scene than we got in 3 freaking fucking movies with that stupid asshole crybaby Ren or whatever his name is.
Yeah,
he's a millennial. He gets angry and chops up his computer or whatever. It's so fucking lame.
Yeah, fuck that guy, Kylo
fucking Ren or whatever. Man, I never bought him as a villain. He's nothing.
Nothing. That first moment where they try to rip it off with the steam and he comes down menacing with the mask. Hey, we got a villain. And then a joke happens. and then you're completely thrown out the film. It's bad enough you.
That's what when they did that joke in the first part of The Last Jedi. As soon as he did that "Yo Mama" joke in a space battle,
dude.
I was completely out of the film.
Dude, I was out at The Force Awakens. Right after
I was too.
Right after he captures Poe, and Poe goes, "So, what? Do you talk now? Do I talk now? It's a bit odd with the mask." That was it. I'm out. Is this what you're doing with Star Wars, Disney? You fucking scumbags.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I was
and Rey's escape and her ability to beat a Force user with the first time she picks up a lightsaber. Oh, don't even get me started on The Force Awakens. I'm just saying in The Last Jedi, it was within like 30 seconds, I was totally out of the film.
Dude,
you know, a fucking "your mama" joke at the beginning of a space battle. If you're watching a science fiction deal, you got to be fully invested. If they do something like that, you can get away with that in a stupid superhero movie. You can't do that in a science fiction movie, or you lose anybody who's got any fucking brain.
They don't do that in a fucking Star Wars movie. It's not Marvel. What you fucking doing? Honestly,
no, I was ready to walk out. I was so angry.
So pissed off, man. We were sold a lie. We were
I was drunk. That was our Christmas movie. My friend took me to it.
I'm going back to The Force Awakens. We all took along for the fucking long con. We all got sold a fucking lie.
Yeah, we did.
We got told a fucking lie. We were expecting the band back together.
Right.
Yes.
It's like Belushi coming around and telling you, hey, the band's getting back together. And you're like, hell yeah, I'll be there. And you show up and it's like, motherfucking son of a goddamn bitch.
We show up and then we get a fucking, do you talk first or do I talk first joke? Get to fuck. We were sold a lie. And from that moment on, Disney, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
You are fucked Star Wars up. You cunts.
Yes, and here the review that I normally today would have premiered is exactly about that. It's a rant on Jar Jar Abrams, and of course I have to go back to the roots. I have to go back to Star Wars to make my point clear, which was really hurting when I made the editing, because I have to again watch these stupid scenes here and where Han gets killed and things like that. It was really
fuck Disney.
That wasn't Han. That wasn't Luke. Yeah, you can call it the Veil or you can call it whatever you want. No Star Wars fan calls this fucking anything real.
Garbage. Absolute fucking
garbage at best. I wouldn't even call it garbage. It's shit. It's fucking puke. It's worse than that. I don't know what. Maggot infested dung. Whatever it is, it isn't fucking Star Wars. Yeah, sorry, I'm on my third whiskey now.
No, don't fucking blame. Third bottle, good man.
And I tell you something. I really don't don't care anymore for Star Wars or Star Trek.
Does anybody at this point?
But I would really like to see, just out of pure joy, that when they really put this new crap, try to put it into the Legends, and then put the Legends out of the misery here, the expanded universe, out of the Legends, and make that real again. Because that would be the total defeat of these hacks that try to make a legacy, and that would be the... I know it won't change anything, really, because Star Wars is done, but I would be happy just to see it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, my name is Oiler Greg. The Houston Oilers don't exist anymore. The only NFL team to be stricken from the record. And I'm the last Oiler fan. And I'll tell you something about being the last Star Wars fan. I don't know if y'all know about the Japanese soldier in 1975 who surrendered. Okay, so he had went 30 years. 30 years he'd went, but in 15 years later he had a squad, and he had 4 guys left in 1960, and one of them got killed by a local trying to get him some food, And according to his own account, his subordinate came up and he said, "Now there's only 3 of us. What are we going to do?" And he said, "Don't worry. This is good news. We have a smaller, more excellent force."
Really.
We don't need y'all guys. We have a smaller, more excellent force.
Indeed.
Yeah,
man. Right,
hey,
dude,
this is the last Oiler fan, so fuck everybody. There used to be millions of us. Now there's only me.
dude, I swear to God, I didn't even know that the Houston Oilers aren't a thing anymore. The last Super Bowl,
They've been gone since 1996, just.
dude.
I used to have season tickets.
The last Super Bowl I watched was Super Bowl 20, the Bears and the Patriots. That was the last.
Well, there you go. That was back in my time. I had tickets right there on the 50-yard line, second row. I had a row of 5 seats, and I'd bring people every fucking week, and we partied like you wouldn't freaking believe. I could tell you, me and Kathy could tell you some stories about partying all over that fucking Astrodome, especially in the last year or two when things were just going to hell and the team was leaving. I didn't stop coming. I was there till the very end, and I'm still here. Fuck everybody. I'm Oiler Greg.
Holy shit! I didn't even know the Oilers weren't a thing anymore.
That's because I never even said it. But yeah, I'm the last Oiler fan.
Fucking hell. Right, dudes, I'm gonna head out. Greg,
No,
I am, dude. I've got shit. I've got to be up and like fucking.
I understand, man. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, we are
always a pleasure. Cobb,
Hey,
We really enjoyed having you here. I needed some fresh blood.
hey, I'm going to end this
me.
anyway. So
he even interrupts me fucking leaving. Anyway, Greg, nice talk to you, Greg and Cobb. Thank you for having me on, and yes, I will see you soon. Hopefully, chaps.
okay.
All right, bye, Jess.
Bye for
Bye,
now.
Jess. Yeah, as I said, I wanted to leave anyway because we are 4 hours on now. I think that's more.
4 hours? Me and you've been on 4 hours, Cub?
Yes, 4 hours. So I think. What do you think? It's enough?
Yeah.
Or
You got to tell people what's coming up. You're gonna have a show next Wednesday?
Hey, but yeah, here in Germany it's 2 o'clock in the morning. What time is it on your side?
It's just a little after 7.
Yeah, if you like, we can stay up for 20 minutes or half an hour.
Whatever you want to do, Cub.
Hey, then you can at least finish your drink, okay?
I can what?
Then you can finish your drink.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Sometimes these speakers are hard to hear.
Yeah, yeah, we were talking about Logan's Run. So yes, I really was surprised to see how it differs from the original source material, and it seems to be that the movie is better than the book. This is my first impression, but I can tell that when I've read it, of course, not before that. But there is another book that came up for the Time Machine review, because in the Time Machine review I also talk about a movie called Time After Time. If you have seen that, Greg.
I have seen it.
Yes.
Is that about Jack the Ripper, 1979 in San Francisco?
Yes, it is, and it's very good. It's a very good movie, and I included that into my Time Machine review back then. And back then I was talking about an upcoming TV series, because this review I made 2017. In fact, I made it even 2016 and released it 2017. And the TV series was coming up in 2017. So I just used the trailer and say, yeah, here, this is a trailer. Haven't seen it. It didn't came up till now, and it looks promising. That's my words in the review.
There was a TV series called Time After Time?
Yes, a TV series called Time After Time. And
I don't think I saw that one.
Yeah, no, nobody did because they axed it after 5 episodes. It was 12 episodes the first season, and they just aired 5 of them after they canceled it. And also, the ratings were the reviews weren't that great. The ratings were completely it went completely downhill. And I watched now the first 3 episodes, and it's really god awful. And CW, I didn't know back then that CW means complete shit or something like that, because it was on the CW. And oh my god, you have no idea how bad it is. It has all this CW crap, like here pulling down the male characters, and also stupid dialogue, and nothing makes any sense. So something like Batgirl or something like that. And yeah, but what I didn't know was it was also based on a novel, and the novel has also a continuation. It's also called Time After Time, first book, and the second one is called Jacqueline the Ripper.
I thought the movie was really well done. The one in '79. I can't think of the actors who were in it, but I liked it.
Yes, you can.
It was kind of it had kind of an innocence to it, and yet not an innocence. You know, that '70s. You were trapped between innocence and true. You know,
Yes, the actor, by the way, was Malcolm McDowell, the main actor. And Mary Steenburgen was the female main actor. And the film was from... Hey, what the crap? Where's he gone? Greg! Oh my god, I'm alone again. What happened? Damn it. Let's see if Greg comes back. I have no clue what happened. Greg was gone. Yeah. What we were talking about time after time. My God. Today the internet is really crap, I have to say. People are leaving here, and yeah. So let's see if Greg comes back. It sucks to talk alone here, I have to say. So let's give him a few minutes. Yeah, yeah, to continue with time after time. Yeah, I was really surprised to not just find one novel, there are even two novels. And oh, cool, Greg is back. Greg,
I think I'm back.
what happened?
I don't know. My tablet's getting low on energy, and it just cut off. I managed to plug it in and cut it back on.
Hey, did you have a crappy a British one, or do you have a solid German one?
I don't even think it's German, but I wish it was.
Yeah.
I bet y'all have awesome electronics.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was some cheap import from the island or something.
From Britain. Oh, it could be. I'm betting it is.
Yeah, it has to.
But do they export anything?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I feel sorry for them. They had a big empire, you know, and they tried really hard.
No, that they tried some. I think they tried to export their spill water and called it beer or something like that. But I don't know.
The Germans destroyed them. They destroyed their empire. The English won, but you know, they owed us so much money and rah rah rah. I feel bad about the whole thing, but what are you supposed to do? You know, I'm just a guy sitting in my deal watching Star Trek in Texas. So, you're right, and you're just a guy in Germany doing the best you can. So, and we can't save the British Empire. They got to do that.
Yeah. To continue here with Time After Time.
Oh, that was a good movie.
Yes, and I found out that it was based on a novel, but the novel came out in the same year. It's also from 1979, and also, by the way, the movie was directed by Nicholas Meyer. Nicholas Meyer
was it the Star Trek Wrath of Khan guy?
Yes, he is the director of Time After Time.
Oh my God! Well, there you go.
Yeah, so I thought this is an interesting fact for you, and
that is interesting. Thank you.
Yes, and the novel was written. In fact, that was really interesting how this went out, because the guy who wrote the novel was a friend of Nicholas Meyer, and Nicholas Meyer back then could read it before it came out. He could read the first pages, and was, as I said, he was befriended with the writer. So they kind of came out the same time. The novel and the movie came out at the same time, and the writer of the novel was working together with Nicholas Meyer, also on the script here for the movie. And the movie is what I found out. The movie has a slightly different from the novel, because, as I said, there is even a second novel, and the second novel is called Jocelyn the Ripper, or Jacqueline the Ripper, and it is again with Jack the Ripper.
So he survived the first novel?
It has to be. I still haven't read it, but somehow he has. When I read what I have read is something like that he just gets arrested. He doesn't get killed at the end of the novel or during the original novel, and so he can escape, and then he makes a sex change and becomes Jacqueline, or instead of Jack.
In the book?
In the second book, yeah.
How does he do that?
As I said, I haven't read it till now.
Is it like an alternate dimension, or?
As I said, I was just surprised as hell when I found it. So I can't tell you, because I just discovered that these books exist. These are wait a second. Time.
You are finding rare books left and right lately.
Yeah, time after time. I could get today the PDF version of the book. I could get today, and the continuation. I'm still looking out for it, because it also came very late. It came 2009 or something like that, I think. So it's a really late continuation, and it seems like they're also dealing again with this fish out of water thing, but this time in the time of cell phones and internet and so on. In the second book, that's what I've got from it. But as I said before, I've read them. I can't really. But it's.
Well, you have an interesting idea combining the reading of the books and the movies, or even just doing reviews of books. Because I spent my life reading books. While everybody else was reading comic books and playing with their toys, I was either out fishing, or I was working, or even when I was out hunting, or I took a book with me. I'd be out there on a blowout or this or that. There's incredible amounts of downtime. I'd have a science fiction book in my back pocket. When I had downtime, I'd just pull that sucker out, and I was fine. It didn't have to be a brand new book. I bought used books, and because got books from my dad. We read similar books.
Yeah, and
So I appreciate your love of the written word. Is what I'm saying.
yeah, I had back then also a time when I was constantly, you can see me with a book, like you, and most of the time science fiction books or horror books or something like that. And I think the biggest surprise I've ever had when I made these book adaptation comparisons was with the one where Alien is supposed to be based on the movie Alien, because
I read Alien, Alan Dean Foster, right?
Uh,
I believe that's correct. It's been a long time, but I read it before the movie came out. Like I read Jaws before that movie came out. Like I read Lord of the Rings when I was 12 years old, and I also read the Silmarillion, and I did all that. You know, I had read The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings in a week. The Silmarillion is a very complex book.
Yeah, I know. That's the reason why I have never read it. I just know the Lord of the
I
Rings.
don't recommend you read it. It's very complex.
And I like Lord of the Rings, but I'm not so huge into fantasy in general. That's the reason why I didn't read the Silmarillion, and also the Hobbit was not. I didn't.
Well, my dad loved those books, and the books my dad read were free, you know, and I was poor, so yeah, I would read them for sure because I didn't have any money.
Yeah, and this thing is the author you named for here Alien.
Alan Dean Foster for Alien, I think that's right. I'm not sure, but I remember reading it a long time ago. I remember thinking when they attacked it and the blood dripped through several decks of the ship, I was like, "Oh my God, this is something special on the alien front." You know, the thing they were fighting.
Yeah, but this was not the original book where the movie was based on. I'm pretty sure this was a novelization, because the book I'm talking about is from A.E. van Vogt, and it's not a book. It's just a short story. Yeah, probably it also came out as a book, but it's called The Expedition of the Space Beagle.
Oh yeah, I used to read his stuff. He was published his short stories in fantasy and science fiction, or in Isaac Asimov. Those were monthly sci-fi magazines that I also read.
Yeah. Yes, the Voyage. It's called in the origin Voyage of the Space Beagle, and in the German version, the Expedition of the Space Beagle. And the thing is, this is the story that Dan O'Bannon clearly took inspiration from when he wrote the script to Alien, because Alien is not based on an original novel. It is based. It is just an original script from Dan O'Bannon, but it's not that original because it's clearly based. It took clearly inspiration from a Voyage of the Space Beagle, and I can say that because Van Vogt, he sued the company for that, and they made a deal that he got $50,000. So clearly, it was not made up, this case. And
I'll tell you this: Alien and Jaws were two of the books where I saw the movie and I wasn't disappointed. Now, maybe they were. I know Jaws wasn't an adaptation of the screenplay because I read Jaws years before. It was the first book I ever read, and I do remember Alien reading it like in '78 or '79 before the movie came out. But it you know, it was well done. It was, the book was scary. It was like a horror book, but it was science fiction, and I was only 14 in '79. I hadn't come across that exact combination. And I had been reading books since 75, and I've been reading them at a very fast clip. So I don't know. I do remember being happy with those.
No, it's really interesting because it's funny that I didn't read that Alien book, but I read the one that where Dan O'Bannon took inspiration from, here the Space Beagle one, and yeah, I liked it, and also saw clearly which parts which parts he used for his script. And yeah, it would be interesting sometimes to read the novel Alien. I'm pretty sure it's interesting and great.
It might be interesting to do some book reviews in addition to our movie reviews. Like you were saying, I've been thinking about that. I might do that.
Yeah,
something like Glenn Cook. He's got Bitter Gold Hearts and Sweet Silver Lies, and I mean books that I read over and over long ago. It's like a Humphrey Bogart character who's in a land where it has elves and witches and ogres, and they don't have guns, but other than, and they're not up to like cars yet, but maybe Victorian Bogart with elves and stuff. It's fascinating. I think you would enjoy it, but I don't know. It seems like people don't read anymore, so I haven't really tried.
Yeah, and I gave up a little bit on reading. The last book I've read for myself was from Carrière, Carré, or what's his name here, Papillon, and this was the one kind of where I stopped reading books in general, and I started with the reading again when I made started with the reviews, because the main reason, by the way, why I also make this book movie comparison is that I wanted to stick out a little bit from the rest of the reviewers here on YouTube, because there are many very, very good reviewers out there here on YouTube, and I knew even from the start, I knew I can never keep up with them because they're experienced and they do it since years. And
in some ways, you surpass them. You have a unique humor and a perspicacity. It's hard to express, but yeah, I've watched these other guys. They're good, but you're good too. You know, don't sell yourself short.
Yeah, but as I said, I then thought about something I could do what the others normally don't do, and then I came with the idea. Yeah, but maybe if you make a book comparison, this is unusual. You don't see that often in the reviews. The reviews are
you don't. You never see it. I've never seen it other than yours.
Yes, there is one channel. It's called there are two channels. The one is called The Book is Better, and this other one is called The Dom.
Well, see, that would be totally focused on the book, so I could see that.
Yeah, and they are huge channels, and they are very good, and kind of an inspiration, because of course it would be crazy if I would be the only one who would do something like that. Of course, I'm not, but as you said, there are not many who do that, which this is the aspect which I really like, because they do it very, very well. But I still think you can't serve two gods, or what you call it. We have here this say in Germany. That means you have to come from one side. You come from the reader side, that you are more a guy that reads books and less with movies, or you come from a movie making side, from a movie side where you are not, where you're more into movies than into books. And these two guys clearly come from the book reader perspective. Also, to call your channel "The Book is Better" says it all. Clearly, they are more into books than into movies, and I think from myself, maybe I give the movie a bigger chance to shine because I'm more from the movie side, maybe.
So you're saying you have a bias for the movie?
Not not in general, because generally you can say, yeah, the source material is always better, but
you credit the source material though. You go out of your way to read it and credit it, and that's unusual. Although you do see it.
But if a movie really,
so you're familiar with it at least most of the time.
Yes, so
if possible.
Yeah, so at least, as I said, I think I really go more from the movie perspective, and that the movie gets a chance even if it doesn't stick 100% to the source material. But a movie doesn't have to. I'm not one of these fundamentalists who say, "Oh, you have to word for word. A movie has to be like the book or something like that."
No, I think a movie is art of its own.
Yes,
I mean, even these YouTube videos, this is art. You know, it's a new kind of art. It's just come into fashion, but it's art. It's unique and it's distinguishable, and it's art.
No, Greg, not anymore. Not anymore. Brie Larson is also a YouTuber now, so it's
fuck her, you know, or no, don't.
No, it was art, but till now it was art, but now.
But those of us who are still artists, so what if somebody sets up next to you and he's a commercial guy and he sells all? We're not in it for the money. I'm not. I don't care at all. I'm never going to take a penny from anybody. I'm proud of that. I don't care. I'm going to put out my unique content, and those few little people I have mean a lot to me. My 100 subs mean as much as 1,000,000 to somebody like Doomcock, who's a great guy, and I don't put him down. I'm just saying I do what I do for my people.
Yes, and I'm missing the times when Doomcock was, I think when I subbed to him, he had 1,000 subs, maybe? So he was very small.
Back in early 18, right?
Yeah, when he still tried to made this Discovery, he made just Discovery reviews. He didn't make anything else. His first
he's overwhelmed right now.
Yeah, and now he has so many subs, and back then I even talked sometimes to him due to the comments, and he responded, and we had some talk. I liked that.
Well, you know, he'll respond to my emails. I only give him like $1 a month, and I'm not in the chat all the time anymore. But when I do put in a little deal, a lot of times he'll go out of his way, out of those thousands of deals, to call out Euler Greg. And I know he's doing that just for me. He knows he ain't making no money off of me and stuff. It's $1. Yeah, that's nothing to him right now. But he still remembers. You know what I mean?
Yes, and I still watch him, and I like his work. But
I think he's right about this retcon. He was right about the movie. You know, he's got sources. And then look at Midnight's Edge. Andre and Tom and them, they came up and they immediately supported the same story, and they said it was from separate sources. And then I had Stephanie Janikowski, who I've known for 2 years. She said she had her own sources, and there were so many people coming up with this. I had people asking me my original subs coming out, and they never in 2 years asked me to do a video, asked me to do it. And I did. I said exactly what I thought was happening.
Yes, and
I could have done it before Doomcock.
And when we wanted to talk about this rumor from Doomcock, can you remember when Tom was on Jez's stream?
Oh, I remember. You know, Jez wasn't as pleasant as he could have been.
Yeah, and I asked Tom, what does he think about these rumors?
And he got cut off. That's when I made my video talking about sinister forces and how you were very polite, and yeah, I wanted to hear that answer, and I think my subs wanted to hear the answer too.
Yeah, but
so I stood up for him.
Yeah, but we got the answer because after that they made 8 videos about that.
After my video.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really interesting. So yeah, it was really. It would have been really something that we are completely on the pulse of time, or what you call it.
Yeah, we were right at the cusp of the wave. We had it in our hands, but we weren't allowed to hang on to it because we're never allowed to hang on to it, Cub. Don't you understand that?
Yeah, but I think,
and that's okay. It's okay, Cub.
I think it's all set anyway. Doomkick already said everything about it in his first video. They are still going with the story because there are no new facts about it, and there is no new story, so they still go with that one.
The fact that there were so many confirmations made me feel like this was an actual leak from Disney, and they wanted to gauge the reaction of the public. And Doomcock said it was his most watched video ever. He had like over 1 million or over 1.5 million views in like a week.
Oh,
and I got like almost 100 views on my first one, and the second one's got like 60 something. I mean, that my humanoids deal has just over 100, and my others, my biggest videos have been equaled in like a week, and that's saying something.
Yes, for sure. And I'm pretty sure.
And I'm tiny. I'm a tiny little guy. You know what I mean? And Doomcock's getting these millions. People want to see this retcon, and the fact that people are making the videos and talking about it and tweeting about it, I think is going to lead to it's going to be what's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think if it wasn't going to happen, it is now. You know what I mean? They're going to do it because it's going to be money in the bank.
Yes. I'm pretty sure there are. It's going to go exactly this way, and as I said, I'm neither looking forward to it, I have really no real thought on that because
I'm optimistic. Why not just be optimistic and be happy and expect something good to happen? It don't cost you nothing, you know?
Yeah, no. The only thing that can come out of that is I have to make a 4th Star Wars video.
Right, but you'll have fun doing it. Have you a drink first. Call me. You get a buzz. I'll get Kathy on the line. We'll get you happy one way or another. Man, I wish you lived close. I would show up at your door.
Yeah,
I'd bring a big bag of tomatoes and or something else, and you'd be happy one way or another, man.
Yes, then we can talk about the Killer Tomatoes video.
The Killer Tomatoes, or the Gorn episode of Star Trek, or watch one of the episodes with the green women. I mean, there's always something to watch. There's always a reason to be happy. You know, life is short, Cub. Try and enjoy it as best you can.
Yes, and also we need a Frenchman, because it seems like this 4th Killer Tomato video movie just came out in France.
French? We don't got a Frenchman. I don't know. I guess they're looking down on us. That's part of Europe, though. I can't help that.
Yeah, but here we just asked Jess. He's nearest at a Frenchman as it can get.
Well,
yeah,
I don't think he's going to listen to the end of this, so we're pretty safe.
Yeah, Yeah, no, because he is constantly drinking this French wine and things like that. And I told him he's turning into a Frenchman. I'm pretty sure. So
Is
maybe
that what they do?
oh,
That does sound right. With a big loaf of bread.
yes, yes. I'm pretty sure he also got his big loaf of bread or whatever. And yeah, maybe you can ask him if he can use his French connections to get us the fourth Killer Tomato movie. It's called by the way, Killer Tomatoes Take Paris, I think. That's is the name of the movie. What I've read. And yeah, I'm pretty sure it's horrible like the other two, but I can't wait to see it.
One of my plans for my videos was to cut in subliminal messages of tomatoes. Yeah, for you. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I have the technical ability, but if you get hungry for tomatoes after watching the video, you'll know why.
Yeah, no, I have to scale back on my tomatoes because, as I said, normally I
Acid?
want. No, I know.
Does it?
I need. I want. To get tomatoes, I have to go shopping, and I can't go shopping with the stupid mess thing. Or what is
I thought
called.
you were going to Holland or something where they had
Yeah.
weed.
Yes, we wanted to, but
Wanted to? What the hell? You're
next
German.
next week we maybe get rid of the mess, and then maybe we don't have to. It turns out we have to wait to Monday, because on Mondays they say if they extend this Corona crap mask thing or not. And yeah, I hope they don't.
You said they didn't have to have the mask in Holland, though, right?
Yes, if they don't, if they expand it on Monday, then on Tuesday we go to Holland. And if the masks are done next week, then I can go shopping here in Germany. I don't have to go to Holland.
So I really need to put the tomato subliminal things in there. That'll drive you out to get your tomatoes. Kathy was right.
Yeah. Yeah, but I can't drive myself. I have a license, but I don't have a car. I'm a little bit dependent on here a friend with the car.
No, that's understandable. We're all dependent on people.
And by
although
the
I
way,
do have my truck.
And by the way, I completely forgot to mention that he had yesterday birthday.
Who, your friend?
Yes, here DJ.
Well, what's his name? Let's say happy birthday to him.
Yeah, Mehmet is his name. Happy birthday, Mehmet.
Happy birthday!
It's the guy that turns up here in my videos when I make the music versions, and I call him DJ Turkländer. This is
okay.
Yeah,
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yes, because he's from Turkey, and he thought it's funny, and yeah, I thought, yeah, I'm going to use that. It's funny, and he made a YouTube channel also. He has already, I think, he has already 5-6 subs or something like that, even with no content, which is funny.
How many does he have?
I don't know. I have to look it up myself.
Well, Brie Larson has almost 250,000.
Yeah,
and she does apparently wonderful videos.
Yeah,
I haven't watched any yet, but I've heard great things about her. Apparently, she's hardworking, and she's earned her way to the top.
Yeah, Brie Larson, really. I can't stand these guys that came over here to YouTube, are already famous, and think, oh, it's just a YouTube channel, no problem. Don't have to put any effort in my work. And she was completely exposed here from Critical Drinker.
Yes, he does some great work, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. And also he pointed out that she pretends not to know how to frame a shot or something like that, even if her whole life is since she's 7 in front of a camera. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, she's a total fake.
She's so fake and tries to come off natural and like she's one of us or something like that. Yeah, if one of us means she's like in Freaks, one of us, yeah, she's that's true. Oh my God. Hey, what's going on over there in Texas?
Over here in
Yeah.
Texas?
Yeah.
Oh, not a whole lot. We're dealing with this supposed spike in the virus, and they're shutting everything down again.
Yeah, they're with the stupid.
Now the governor who said he was never going to make us wear masks is making everybody wear masks. It's hard to breathe because it's like 100 million degrees. You know, it's like walking on the sun. I don't know if y'all even can realize how hot it is. You know, but I've ran into Europeans over here, and if you run into them in the summer, they are not doing well.
Yeah, I can totally see that, and I'm astonished that the Texanians are going with it. I thought they would.
Well, look what they did. They've hit us with these riots and the spike in the virus and all this stuff. You see people without masks, and I don't see cops messing with anybody. So you can take it for whatever it's worth. It's just a politician running his mouth. But it does affect, whether your restaurants can be open and stuff. And my brother, he's a waiter. He moved up to like the top of the chain and is actually running the restaurant now because the others refused to work during the virus and this and that, and he just soldiered through,
Because he was afraid of the virus or what?
Because he wasn't afraid, and the others were, and they're like, oh, they this and that, and he was careful. He did everything they told him to do, but otherwise he'd be out of work, and that would be sad.
Yeah, it's really sad that people get blackmailed with their work and things like that.
It is. It's blackmail. That's exactly what you should call it.
Yeah, and
don't even get me started on it. I'm like all pro mask and all that, but it can get me drunk, and I might say what I feel.
Yes, it's yeah, and of course, it's the reason for my upcoming 6-part series about utopias and dystopias. Of course, it's because of.
Are you going to have the fake news playing up in the corner like you were talking about? Did you see how I worked that into the show earlier?
Yeah, I'm going to have something like that. I still try to get here.
It's a very subtle way of working it in. You can always say that was, I don't know, artistic license or something.
Oh, it's not about that. The people here.
No, it's never about that. But I'm just saying.
No, yeah. The problem on YouTube is they stay with the laws, also with the free speech and whatever, when it's okay for them, but when it really comes to free speech, then they just ban you for no reason. Till then they till then they come up with everything else, pretend it's but you can't do that and you can't do that because of that and that and that. They explain everything, but no, when they run out of arguments that make sense, then they just ban you. You are just gone. You don't get a strike or a hit or whatever. Your channel is just deleted from 1 second to another. This happened to some YouTubers in the last weeks. We called it the Purge here on YouTube, the second Purge, by the way. most, of course, many of them went over to BitChute, but
Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up BitChute. But just do the best you can. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, in BitChute, it's not really exactly like YouTube, because YouTube, of course, is the better platform, but BitChute is catching up. I hope so, at least.
I finished my drink, Cub. Should we sign off?
Yes, we can sign off. I think 5 hours or whatever.
5 hours. What time did we start?
Yeah,
it's almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
oh my God, how late is it over there? Let me see. Is it 6 hours ahead?
Yeah,
that's 2 o'clock in the morning, isn't it?
No, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that's getting really late.
8. That's that's 7 hours ahead. I thought you were 6 hours. That must be the Brits.
Yeah. Yes, the Brits. We are, of course, also ahead of the Brits, as usual. So I would say thanks for listening to the audience, and
thanks everybody. Thanks to your lurkers.
Yeah, and see you at Jess's Saturday movie. And just if people didn't get that, the reason why I pushed my review back today was because not everybody had time for the premiere today, and so the fake track one is coming up next Wednesday. So bye for now. Yeah.
Goodbye, everybody.